We're good. Are we? All right. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You okay? I don't know. Okay, I just got the chat up, so I'm not sure if they can hear you. Oh, sorry. I got the stream up at the same time so I can look at chat. All right. Okay, let me look at OBS for a moment. Oh, I do have Discord on. Let's see. Cause it should be recording Discord. Not sure why it's not. Undo, delete, window. Okay, real quick. That. Okay, I think you should be good. I don't know, they gotta say if they can hear you. Okay, well, I did do something with OBS that I think should make you be able to be heard now. I haven't seen anybody in chat say if they can hear you yet. Okay. Man, I was really hoping we could get the, I guess, audio capture device. Okay, we'll do this and see what the fuck happens. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my language clean. Pause my music. Okay, talk again. We'll see what happens. Oh man, I don't see anything happening on my audio mixer. Man. Should have done this before. OBS capture Discord audio. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, audio capture. Hold up. Okay, yeah, I think it is something to do with OBS, so let's see. Remove that. Audio capture. Alright. Audio capture device, right. Nah, he's not muted. You guys just can't hear him for some reason. Oh, hold up. Cancel. It is actually audio output capture. And then we hit, okay. And then, should be on that. Okay. That may or may not do it. I followed some guide. Tell me if you guys can hear Z talking. I don't know, I don't see anybody in chat saying if they can. Yeah. better track to... Yeah, I need music whenever I'm drawing, or else I can't focus.
They'll kill you. You know how they work.
Let them say I'm dead.
Not yet. I need to see, okay, which channel is Discord coming in on? I don't actually know. Because I'm doing this on a Linux setup, so this is all kind of a little weird at times. Yeah. Okay, oh, yeah, okay, I switched over which device output it's, recording from, so... I don't know, let's try again, Z.
Alright, attempt number, 8 now. How is that, folks?
Can you guys hear him, or... Well... Oh, it works?
Oh, finally. Man, they all missed such a...
Okay,
they all missed such a engaging conversation we were having. Alright, I cut to the chase. It's Sonic Universe Online, page 6. She's coloring it. The special announcement I'll say in, a few more minutes. I'll drop it randomly in... okay, I'll just say it. Maybe I should be the one who would prep this. Okay, to reward you all for sitting through that, here is the special announcement for you all. Sonic the Hedgehog Online, issue 252, will be released on July 20th, this Wednesday. So come for the announcement, stay for the show. I hope.
Yeah, guys, new issue in a couple days. Pretty cool, huh?
Very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah. Okay, well, now that all the technical issue and
we got some
announcements out of
guys
the way.
who are talking in the Discord channel for some reason. You guys can just chat in the Twitch chat. It's easier for us, honestly, not having to go back and forth.
I need something chill. Yeah, alright. Oops.
Well, it may not just be that. We still had a couple other issues we were hoping to release this year as well.
Yeah, like this one we're working on right here is pretty close.
Sorry, accidentally disconnected there.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, I forgot to say it was starting on my Twitter. Okay, you guys already said that, alright.
To answer the question on the Discord that we got posted, which I'm going to again rephrase that. I would prefer it if you discussed in the Twitch channel because it is much more of a hassle to go back and forth between each one. But one character in this page is someone you saw a glimpse of in the previous issue, Scarlet the Fennec, and the other one's a new character. You'll find more about her in when this issue comes out. I suppose I can at least say her name. The new character's name is Holly the Snow Leopard. For whose pencils that is one moment.
I know, I have no idea how to pronounce his last name.
Yeah. Let's just say that he is somebody who is broke into the business now. Yes, thank you. Thomas Routhsberger. Sorry, butchered that probably. Did we post anything about the concept process for this new character? No, I think this is the first time anybody's seen her. And again, I want to keep it a hush on this one until the issue comes out, because it's something I'm looking forward to everybody seeing. Hello, Caden. Nice to see you again.
Real quick, I'm gonna raise your volume on here just a bit, just to make sure everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure. I'm not really sure how the audio volumes are, the levels are on the screen, so. I've got this insane setup to get all this to work.
Yeah, Holly's the one in the bed. Scarlet's the one who's not in the bed. Gets technically, she didn't debut in Sonic Universe Online 51 because she was taken from a background character from, I think, the second part of Thicker Than Water. So what you been up to lately?
Not much, just drawing. Because at this point, I'm drawing for a living, I guess.
I went to an animation seminar today.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it though. It was no, it just wasn't what I really was expecting going into it. Honestly, it was probably something that was like, it was definitely catered to a younger group. Because it was all the stuff that was teaching me there was like things like I'm not an animator, but I've taken a few animation classes and I know a lot about. Can we ask questions about staff members? Yeah, you can ask questions, but as long as it's not too like,
Not too personal, or.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say divulgent.
Yeah.
But yeah, 'cause I know a little about animation stuff, and like I was getting told I was being told what a premise is, what a reel was. I got told what fan art is, which I feel like I kind of know what fan art is. What do you think? I remember though they said that like fan art, they talked about the special thing they're explaining, but like they said, fan art, it's only for like giving to showing to the creators. You should not upload it online otherwise.
Come on. Okay. There.
Were you able to hear anything I said?
Oh no, yeah, I was just a little distracted. Okay, so I gotta go back to the other page and color pick for a few things. So I mean, I did censor out things.
Hey, Log, can you tell me what color theory is?
I don't need to think about it if I got layer modes.
Trying to do a joke.
Color theory, I barely know her.
We'll be here all week, folks.
Alright, do you want to open the mic for other staff members, or?
I mean, yeah, anybody can join if they want to.
Yeah, we're just in our private VC. You can just hop on in. Yeah, I need to color pick, so. Oh,
Sure, you can
man.
ask a question. Goku Ketchum 2000. Oh, careful what you okay, yeah.
Yeah, I already thought about it, so I already censored things.
Nice.
And then there's this overlay.
Okay, so Gigi ultimately left, just it wasn't related to IDW work. Okay, I should admit also she left before I ever joined the project. I think she did get like kind of generally busy with other stuff, but I don't think she wasn't a part of IDW just yet, I believe. Yeah, she did leave, but it was like ultimately unrelated to that. James, she wasn't able to, stay on longer. She does such great work, but it's cool that she's, making it big. The official Sonic sphere. Thank you for doing this comic. You are welcome. Goku Ketchum 2000. My tongue hurts because I bit it today at lunch.
Oh yeah, that's not good. I got a cut in my back of my mouth. It's really bothering me.
What caused that?
Chip.
Glass? Oh. Yeah, I went to this pizza place and they had a 3-foot long pizza.
It's crazy.
One thing did these past, or mainly yesterday, because I just remembered it came out, was I caught up on the new season of Jellystone. This is the second instance where I would say probably Jellystone is like my favorite like Western cartoon airing right now. But both instances I was like forgot it came out like months afterwards. I think the first time I just like forgot to see it.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
quite
really
sure
like
how far I
Jellystone.
got into that. I haven't finished watching that season, but Yeah, well, the first, I guess, at this point.
We've been watching some on the side right now. Okay, Goku Ketchum, you are gotta stop saying the same message over and over again. Hopefully that's just a mistake, but gonna...
Okay. Well, we'll flat for the moment.
We'll be able to do 5 issues a year. Best case scenario, we can. Don't always count on it. This year we've released, I think, just 1 issue so far. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just Endangered Species 2.
Yep. 282 will be the second this year.
So I think you can count on, at the very, very least, 3 issues this year.
My money, and I'm also holding out for an additional 2 at the again as well.
Yeah.
So we could get 5 issues out this year if all goes well. Stray comes out tomorrow.
What comes out tomorrow?
Stray, the game where you play
yeah,
the
I
cat.
wanna play that.
Yeah, I think isn't it coming out free for PS Plus? I recently just got that, so I should be able to get it.
I don't play on my PlayStation anymore.
Yeah, I still gotta finish up the Klonoa collection. I'm near the end of Lunatea's Veil.
Another game I wanted to play. Just haven't gotten to it yet.
I have played both the original games. Well, I have played the Wii remake, and I think briefly I played the PS1 original. But with Lunatea's Veil, when I was playing it for the first time, like halfway through the game, I was at, and all of a sudden it seemed like my memory card just like fritzed out and died. So I was like, well, I gotta sit and finish this game in one sitting now, and I think I got to like the second to last level, and the game crashed.
Ugh.
And it turns out my PS2 memory card was okay anyway.
all that drama.
I
Let's see.
was back at, I think it was back in the time when I was like in my wannabe Let's Player days, so I was like doing commentary along. I thought I was so smart.
I feel like a lot of us did that.
I think I was going so far as to give like disingenuous praise, or at least praise that is like probably overblown. I was like, this story is amazing.
Hold up. Which folders again? Okay.
Deleted out of existence memory card. As one chat member describes. I think one friend, like a friend of mine I don't talk to anymore, had like a GameCube memory card he like took from me. That's what I get for getting him into Pikmin.
Man, growing up, we had a lot of people take our things. Because they'd be like, oh,
Well, I'm also
Yeah.
guilty of that. My copy of Sonic Adventure DX I borrowed from a friend,
permanently borrowed.
and I still have it. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, I hope Klonoa does well so we can maybe get a new game, because it's like this is the second time they tried to do a re-release to drum up interest in the series. I think it's at least selling better than the Wii remake did, but that's not exactly saying a lot.
Mm.
I know. I'm hoping that Bandai Namco doesn't have like ludicrous expectations, because even if like the Klonoa does like the best it could possibly do, I don't think it's not going to sell like millions of copies.
Yeah. I kind of feel like there's just a lot of games coming out and not enough money to spend on them.
I don't think a whole lot came out like that weekend of Klonoa though.
Oh no, I was talking about like now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just never been like. I'm just also talking Klonoa. It's never been like a mainstream like. It's a cult. It's always been cult classic.
Yeah. I've never played any of those games, but it's always been on my to playlist at some point. I just haven't gone around to it, even though. Well, I guess not even though.
I have played
I just
every
haven't gone
Klonoa
around to it.
game with the exception of like the weird spin-off stuff like Klonoa Volleyball and that one for the Wonder Swan. What do you mean about the absolute sweep Klonoa had? Is there like some news that he did well or something? The only news I heard about it was like number 5 in like the UK's top chart that week.
It's a Twitter meme. I don't think you get it.
Oh,
Actually, I did hear that whenever the game released, Steam servers went down.
oh, that'd be funny if it got it. Honestly, I doubt it did, but it'd be funny. I got mine on PlayStation 5. And I make a joke about I gotta pay PS5 and no one else does, but apparently they're back in. They're appearing in the wild now. You could go
Yeah.
down to your Walmart and possibly find one.
The elusive PS5 in its natural environment. Okay, well I'll need to color pick the background now.
We did. How did we do our interview for Sonic Universe Online 50? Not really a whole lot to it. We just emailed Eve and asked him if he'd be. He was, and we emailed his questions, and he got back to us after a little bit. Very nice of him. Uh-oh. Am I breaking up a little bit?
You did a bit over that. It's just my internet connection's not the greatest, so that happens occasionally.
Am I better now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just saying that we just emailed him back and forth. We asked him if he wanted to do it. He said yes. Emailed him the questions, and then he answered them very graciously. But another game coming out like this month, I'm looking forward to a lot. Valkyria Chronicles. I wish we were getting a new Valkyria Chronicles. Xenoblade 3.
Yeah, I haven't played any of those.
You know what I think would have been honestly pretty cool to see? You know how in like the reboot, especially how there was a lot of cameos and references to other Sega properties. Since that was before Yakuza really blew up, could you imagine like had that comic gone on longer, you could have gotten maybe like a Yakuza a reference or a Valkyria Chronicles reference? Maybe a little hard because those are getting rated, or Yakuza is M rated and Valkyria Chronicles like teen. But I just want a stand-in like Goro Majima in there.
Okay, the door.
There wasn't really any problem. We just like we did end up asking him last minute if he wanted to do it. And when he said, not initially expecting him to say yes, but when he did, we decided to wait a little longer because it would have been like good to see. So only delayed things by 2 weeks.
Yeah, it really didn't delay the issue by very long.
Sonic Rush asked, Ratchet and Clank sequel is the only PS5 games I've played. Recommendations: Demon Souls is really great. Astrobot's Playroom, even though it's a tech demo, it's a really enjoyable little game. It's free, you can just download it if it's not already pre-installed. What else was there? I don't know. Some of the games I have heard are like just like multi-plat. Like that's where I played Resident Evil 5 because I got a tradition of playing RE games on Sony systems. Deathloop's really good. I liked Returnal. Both the Spider-Man games are way more enjoyable on that with the 60 frames per second. Also, I played Elden Ring on there. The way you're drawing that for a sec, sort of with how she only has that belt there, it almost looks like she's like topless. You know, I mean, she is topless, but like in that
Topless in the traditional sense. Not.
maybe a little bit before we get to some of the new writer stories, but we're already like putting into production some of the stories they've written.
Yeah, the production pipeline is kind of long, so, well, at the moment, so it might be a little longer to see them.
We do need I would say we could go with a couple of extra pencilers right now because I got 2 issues right now who are in kind of need of some, but that's for internal matters unless anybody here, you know, wants to unlock some hidden drawing skills. Yes, the Sally effect exactly. Yeah, Spider-Man games are just a whole lot of fun. I found the DLCs were just kind of okay, honestly. Probably doesn't help that like the main villain was a Hammerhead, and he's like a B or C tier Spider-Man villain. Looking forward to the next one because I'm pretty sure Kraven's going to be the villain. Like Kraven's probably my favorite Spider-Man villain. I've always pondered like what could have happened if we bring like Hunter back because I've always kind of think that like he could have been cool, but I think like the way to make him cool would just to make him Craven. No, I wouldn't. Miles Morales is definitely not glorified DLC. It's more. It's definitely. It's kind of falling in the tradition of like, I guess for lack of a better word, just sort of like asset reuse titles. Sort of like Infamous Festival of Blood or First Light. Um, it's definitely meaty enough to really warrant the price tag. In fact, it might be even like slightly in like terms of like sheer quality better than the original Spider-Man, with like all the extra, with better pacing and new combat abilities. Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zero is glorified DLC. Miles Morales is definitely a step above that.
Oh, I just realized I was gonna ask if we wanted to show the finalized cover for 252.
I think we have. If we don't have it, let me double check. I think it's on the website as like a tease.
Last I knew it was on the website, but it was just the unedited art.
Yeah, I'll just update it when the issue comes out. It's
Alright.
WordPress is really annoying because a lot of the pages when I go to update something, everything like falls out of place, and I have to manually try and fix it. It's always cool when we get Sony games ported to Steam, even if that is like slowly degrading like an requirement for systems that I like.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it because even though I have a PS4, I would honestly rather game on my computer.
It depends for me. Some games I think I prefer on system. Some I like PC. I remember I tried. I remember. Was the game called 12 Minutes? That like that that little adventure game where you're stuck in the room and you gotta find a way, like the
Yeah, yeah.
Groundhog Day loop. I tried playing it on Xbox just because like the Xbox bought them, but honestly, it's awful playing with a controller, so I just got on Steam.
Yeah, that's why I prefer playing on PC, because then I'm able to decide if I want to play with mouse and keyboard or controller.
I want them to mod in the in Spider-Man. I want them to mod in that Stan Lee costume that was in what was it? Web of Shadows. There's like it's a DLC you could get in that game where you can just play as Stan Lee swinging around New York, voice lines and all.
That's amazing.
I mentioned this. I've told you this before, Love, but my Steam library is just so full of random visual novels. I was literally browsing through some of the other day, and I was like, why do I even own this game? It's like some I own games that I'm like, I definitely don't want to advertise that I own. I'll put it that way. Oh yeah, Stealth the Hedgehog. Stealth the Hedgehog's freaking lame. I'm gonna say it. He sucks. He gets immediately his debut appearance. He just gets captured. I guess it's more like for some reason this Secret Service are really dumb and just like walking the streets and just immediately surrender. That was so lame. Oh, and with 252, we're gonna have like the most Secret Service members together in a long time. With Jeffrey, Hershey, Heavy, and
You sure you want to
Bomb.
say more about this?
I mean, everybody knows they're gonna be in the issue. I don't think it's that much of a giveaway that they're gonna be in the same general space. It's gonna be a reunion, except they're all fighting. Yeah, it was a time when not Sonic went into his superhero alter ego because he got the idea from a comic book. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't he reading like a Transformers knockoff? Or that was like one of the books he was reading?
Man, I don't remember anymore.
I'm gonna double check actually. Yeah, he's reading Auto Hero, where guy goes into his phone booth and he comes out as Optimus Prime in a cape. He also has the Knuckles action figure in his closet. And a tennis racket and baseball. Predicted Sega All-Stars tennis confirmed. Honestly, I don't like looking at this issue because it's like drawn by Nelson Ribeiro, and I always think I don't think his art is terrible, but I always kind of think, I don't know, it just doesn't look. It's kind of mid for Sonic artists.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of artists people really don't have much of an opinion on.
Yeah, everybody remembers some like notorious ones, and everybody remembers the great ones. But the guys who are in the uh, creamy middle, nobody really people fly over their head. Probably doesn't help that a lot of them only had like maybe a couple of issues.
Yeah.
Al Bigley is a pretty bad one, honestly. He did like some of the backups and like that near end Penders era and like the second half of what was it? Was it a dumb story called Sonic's Angels? I forget the actual title of it. The one where they go to that Nanite City and find Snively there, and that horribly dark
Yeah.
thing, Bunny. Forget if he's still on there, but there's one guy on the server who was always like, "Is it weird that I'm the only guy who's not weirded out by that?"
Yeah, it's more than a little weird, but
Frank Strom is the Penders of Monkey Con. He only ever did Monkey Con stories.
yeah.
Also, the longest time I thought his name was Frank Storm.
Okay, we will assume that's the pillow.
Which part?
This part here.
Oh, didn't Linkstar say that was the chair?
No, this is the chair.
Oh, okay. That part. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably like the pillow. Or unless Linkstar, because Linkstar's in the chat if he wants to confirm. Yeah, Iron Dominion's pretty dope. Oh, here's a question, Lob. Do you think a like Monkey Con the Monkey comic line would have been any better or worse than Knuckles the Echidna?
I feel like it would have definitely not gone to the same ways, same places the Knuckles series went to.
$189 to $196. I don't think people ignore that arc because that's brand new Moebius. That's Scourge is like big out as a villain.
Ah, man. Yeah, I wonder how many shippers in the fandom are just like anxiously biting their teeth to see what we do next.
I know some people don't like Sally and Monkey Con. I do think it's like works for the story just because it's meant to be like helping Sally like essentially like have options out after like her breakup with Sonic, but also help her want to go back to him. It doesn't like I don't think it necessarily like and he doesn't. I don't. It never really felt like a cheap love triangle. I was talking with a friend of mine who's doing something Sonic related soon on his own stuff, but we went into a slight mini like discussion about like Knuckles' story. Remember the classic time when Spectre quotes FDR? I could be making that up and you wouldn't know.
See, I'm like 95% certain that was not a fake thing. Mostly because, I don't remember too much of what happens in those stories anymore, unfortunately.
I feel like it's okay. It's a thing. Okay, it's real. It's a thing some people miss. It was in probably the second worst Knuckles storyline in that comic. The second worst arc. The um, Dark Rising or whatever. What was that one called? Why am I blanking on names again? It's the one with the political election, like Benedict and Dimitri returns.
Wow, Z can't
The one
remember
that
something from a Knuckles story?
I'm bad with titles. That's my weakness. That and like geography. But yeah, it was just like it was in the I think like in the open like the credits, like at the very first page, there's like a little like snippet of a speech he gave. He gave the speech where he said like there is nothing to fear but fear itself, while rallying the citizens and the people against the Dark Legion attack.
Yeah.
Come on, Penders, you're getting your late like your World War II era analogies mixed up there. I thought the Dingo regime were supposed to be your Nazi stand-ins.
Yeah, he was definitely all over the place with his symbolism.
Yeah, that's the second worst arc. Worst one is the last one with Monk and Hunter, because it's also a uninteresting. Because it's an uninteresting story where nothing happens, and Monk and Hunter are not interesting characters. And and the issue's ugly. That too.
Yeah, it was kind of funny how that whole mini series that was like Penders' like pride and joy just kind of ended on such a dud.
Well, like we got plenty more stories in the main series. Don't you worry. God, that lasted for like 70 issues. So probably about like since there's about like 5 to 8 pages, it probably averaged out to about 7, 8 by 5. Let me do the math because I'm good at math. Let's say we're averaging about to about 10 pages per. Say about 10 pages to maybe like 20 to 30 extra issues worth. Probably more about 20. Then again, it could be 30 because I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily describe the storytelling in the Knuckles series as brisk. And again, it didn't end in each like always 3 issues. Yeah, we had anti-gun. Remember in the issue 30 cover where it was like Hunter had his gun, his laser gun, but it had like a giant like cross out mark on it.
I can't think of that off the top of my head.
Let me post you a picture of it. 1 second.
Okay.
It was issue 30, my mistake, but was this one right here.
This. Can I show this on stream just for everybody who doesn't remember?
Sure.
Okay. We're talking about,
Leave that up the whole stream.
this cover here. Yeah, what's up with that? It's almost like they really wanted this to feature a gun, but standards and practices were like, no.
It's not even it's not even a normal gun, it's a blaster.
Yeah.
And I just noticed, why does Hunter have like elf ears?
I don't know. Oh, man.
Yeah, I always thought John Gray's version of Hunter, just like design-wise, was cooler. Even if he does look like he's out of Dragon Ball. I prefer that to like Pender's like lame, like Cape Crusader Silver Eric designs.
Yeah, like a dime a dozen character design.
I was taking like a look at just like some thanks Ken Pender's blog like the other day stuff. I'm looking at some of that stuff again. I don't mind Overlanders. I think Overlanders fit well into the SatAM aesthetic. It's like these like overly industrialized like sci-fi humans. And I do kind of have a nostalgic for that like 90s anime American influence they had. I think some of the better like environmental destructions of them came from like Ian later on when he's because if it's funny that theories that end up having like two human races like regular humans overlanders, it kind of worked out well where the regular humans are pretty like good overall and like even to have like a decent like industrial ecological balance, while the Overlanders end up being like that Robotnik-esque representation of like going too far in the industrialization to the point of like harming the environment and even leading to their own collapse. The whole distinction about like Overlanders are the weird looking humans kind of doesn't really hold up anymore as much since Unleashed has all those weird looking humans. When are we gonna see that girl from that from the that Tales stream there for a while ago? When are we gonna find what the heck was her? Because I'm honestly a little skeptical if she's gonna even be in Forces or Frontiers, just because that seems a little like this doesn't really seem like. I know like Breath of the Wild comparison's easy, but it doesn't seem like it has even like I don't even know if it's gonna even have towns.
Yeah, from what we've seen of it, it kind of just looks like environments. Wild environments, not really any civilization. I don't know, it feels like we really don't know all that much about the game, even though,
I don't think technically we even had like a proper like for advertisement trailer.
yeah.
Yeah, only about 4 or 5 more months till that game comes out.
No, that's on the wrong layer. Okay.
I don't think it's gonna be Elden Ring. I don't think it's gonna be the Elden Ring of Sonic games. It's I'm trying to think of like what would honestly be like. I don't want to be like again. I'm not gonna be too harsh because we don't know the game yet. I don't even know if I necessarily want to say Breath of the Wild of Sonic games.
I'm not
What's
gonna go
like
over
what's like a B tier open world?
the freaking Elden
Far
Ring
Cry.
Sonic.
Maybe like something like like Far Cry maybe. By the way, folks, make sure you buy your Far Cry DLC because you're gonna lose it forever.
Huh. Let's see.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm interested in what the heck the plot is going to be because that is like we know a fair bit about the gameplay, know virtually nothing about the plot besides the premise.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going for either. It was first announced, everybody's like, "Oh, Flynn's on this? It has to be good, right?" And
I feel confident that even if the story sucks, the dialogue will be better.
yeah.
Oh, and you're probably interested, to hear this. I'm making my way through the Yakuza games right now. Took a break for like some other stuff I had going on, but so far I'm up to Yakuza 3. I played both the original PS2 versions and the Kiwami remakes.
It's yet another series I have not played.
I wanted to 100% them, but both times the mahjong mini game is like I just cannot like remember the hands, and that keeps me from doing it. I really do like the I'm really enjoying the Yakuza games. I was actually surprised how invested I was getting into the plot of like the PS2 one, despite the really bad voice acting and like clunky game antiquated gameplay. I was kind of hoping because I played the original, I wanted to see like the remake for any comparisons. At first, I thought there was going to be like more differences, like the first opening, like the cutscene with Majima is expanded, and there's like all the scenes with Nishiki in between chapters, but it was pretty much just the stuff with Nishiki. Thought they could have like it would have been neat if they benefited from adding some more story depth to it. Right now, the furthest just if anybody knows what I'm talking about, appreciate no spoilers, but Yakuza 3, I got to the point where a certain character dies towards the start, a character from the like, first couple games. Are you talking about in Kwame, Evan? Where Majima like when they just go out to get Majima out of the way for him to burst in later with the truck. Okay, good. I was worried you were going to spoil something from like the later games. 'Cause I've managed to somehow like I know a little bit from like a couple of details of Yakuza 0 just because of like biggest virtue of playing the Kiwami games, but since I never paid into the series, I'm going in like pretty much blind. I want to keep it that way.
Man, I feel that trying to get into new things and trying to avoid spoilers at the same time is kind of a nightmare at times.
Sometimes it depends if I care about spoilers for the thing or not. I didn't notice Kiryu was cool. He seemed like a square. IDW Sonic 50. Are you asking about just like, just talking about in general? Have you read the Ajulov?
Oh no, I'm still looking for it. All the shops in my town are like completely out of issues for this comic.
Oh, so you're unspoiled on what happens?
No, unfortunately.
Oh.
Oh wait, this is Ricky gone. Is there?
I liked 50 a lot. It was nice culmination of everything. I thought there were some pretty good narrative parallels throughout the whole thing with all the characters fighting. And yeah, the final fate of that one character, the ending for that one character was something. We would never read on any pirate sites, right, La? Never.
I don't know. I still haven't read it actually.
I know someone's asking.
Well, I was just trying to toy with chat a bit.
Alright, let's not discuss how exactly people are reading Archie comics here. We got rules to uphold and all.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'll drop a link in chat in just a moment. For my Twitter, and then from there you can just find other places.
We get back to talking about Archie. Let's keep the conversation going. Anybody got any questions for us about anything Archie related? how much general plots are made. Jet is the head writer. He comes up with the outline of this, like his general outline about the plot and like the arc of like all the arcs that are that are upcoming. Writers give feedback and can suggest their own ideas, and then like some of the individual writers are able to take those arcs, those outlines, and further develop them. Just going through per his instruction.
Okay, that's a good level.
A lot of the writers are pretty well versed. I'd say like me, Gent, and Evan are probably the ones who have like the most offhand knowledge about everything. Sometimes he does even. I would say Gent, but sometimes he forgets something I can remind him of. I get to be smarter than him at last. Mina and Ash, yeah, there's still a couple. They're still good. Ash may have his faults, but when it comes to being a good partner for Mina, there isn't really too much there aside from being like overly jealous sometimes. But I think it's fair to say that they've like mostly moved on from that. Lobby still there?
Yeah, just kind of messing around with OBS again.
Okay.
Nothing major, I can't really look at the levels on things very well. Oh, hold up.
Maybe I'll answer like the three most like commonly asked questions we always get. What was it? No, we're not going to go into detail about how Tails and Mina got together and 30 years later. No, Hamlet is not going to be held for high treason or is going to turn into a bad guy. And what's the third one? I guess something else like Light Mobius related.
Yeah, granted, I'm not like segmenting out a lot of this by color. I'm still pretty far into this at this point.
We don't really disclose who artists are on issues before they are out because things are subject to change, and we don't want anybody bothering them or trying to pester them to get the issue out faster.
Yeah, we were pretty concerned about people getting harassed for just the process in general.
To answer your question, Linkstar, since Turbo Tails is, Tails is the main super form in Archie, it goes to reason that if and when he'll turn super again, we'll probably see it. But no immediate plan for appearance of Turbo Tails. And again, so things are subject to change. If somebody does the issue then drops it, we don't want to or even once their page is redone, then we don't There's not much of a point giving out the info beforehand if it's so possible. It's either a good chance it could change. I don't know. I'm in the groove of answering questions. Anybody got any more questions you want to ask about anything? Next gun will probably stay a laser. Probably not going to have any real firearms in the series, just because we're keeping with the main comics code that the new series had before. Pop gun. It would be fun if you had pop guns, but that's a little too tame. You got anything to say, Love, about whenever Knack or any other characters had firearms like that? Historically in the comic? When he shot Mina in the back.
That was such an insane moment.
Good insane or bad insane?
I don't
It's a
know.
decent end to a otherwise pretty bad love triangle.
I remember getting to that part and thinking, what, she's dead? No. It was earlier in the issue whenever she gets her heart broken and I'm like, oh, well, she's dead, guys, and then that happens, and like, oh, she's really dead, huh?
I thought you did you literally think oh no, she's breaking apart? Literally.
Oh, you know that joke of something bad happens to a character, they're not dead, but they might as well be seen, oh, they're dead.
Yeah, and she didn't have any of the I mean, she didn't give any of the red flag death symbols where it's don't say everybody's gonna survive this. Don't talk about your dreams and don't get into your backstory. She avoided those sins at least.
Man, I love that stuff. It's so easy to figure out where people are going with their plots if you do that.
Yeah, it's also kind of fun just knowing that stuff when you see people oh my god, I did not see that coming.
If you've read any story in the past several thousand years, I think you'd catch up on it. Pick up.
As for another question, will we see Mogul and his casino anytime soon? You know plans for the casino. That's what I'll say. No plans for the casino. But yeah, I think the version of the comic I had for a while with the end of that story, it like didn't have the last page where we see Mina in the hospital, so it ends with Sonic over her body saying like, "No."
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
Well, to be fair to Sally, they were all pretty dumb. Yeah, I've seen Gigi's comic. Haven't kept up with it, but yeah, I've seen it.
Wow, it's a lot faster to color this page. The last one had a lot of little things to color in.
They should just not have any backgrounds. Ever. Just in a void.
People who want issues to come out on like a weekly basis and all they get is like napkin drawings.
Stick figures. We push our model to new grounds. I went on to Newgrounds yesterday to try and play a classic again. Remember Whack Your Boss?
No.
You don't?
I didn't go on to Newgrounds until like the past 5 years or something.
I've been on there since like, I don't know, like 11 years or so? Maybe even less? Maybe probably more actually.
I've played a lot of games that were definitely taken from there though.
Yeah, it's just like a little like crudely drawn thing where you violently murder your horrible boss in different ways. Like like brutally murdering him, like shoving his head into stuff and like, you know, all these torturous things.
Oh dude, Mecha, if I go back to the previous page on this, there's probably almost 100 layers. They're just hidden in folders here. Yeah, folders are very, very useful.
Oh jeez, I gotta update the staff list because some of these people aren't here anymore. I'm bad at using folders, so then again, I work with probably a lot less layers.
Alright, this thing over here is supposed to be Scarlet's gun, right?
I think it, might be her belt. Probably your gun, maybe. Let me see. You want to just check the previous page?
It's not drawn in here, I don't think. It's just her belt.
Might just be her belt then.
Yeah, I think we can just go with it being her belt.
Yeah. I'm curious, though, in your experience, does it take longer to flat pages or to shade them?
Shading, definitely, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I do, well, what I've been doing, and how do I want to put it? This section of this issue, shading style is a little much. Yeah, we'll go with orange for like an emotion background, I think.
I mean, we have some artists who are, like, very skilled in action, I'd say that. Now I'm starting to get hungry again.
That's why I ate like literally 15 minutes before the stream started.
Well, I ate like like a few hours before then, but I ate a lot.
Oh yeah.
So much that I could barely finish it.
God, I hate when you like eat a lot of food and then only like an hour later you're like, oh, I can go for more.
Depends on the food sometimes. Sometimes I like it because that means like, oh, more. Boy, that means I get to eat more. Herbalist trigger, is that some sort of food? Are you asking if you're going to see me as a writer someday? Because I do write a few issues, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple other stories coming up that I wrote. Well, I don't know why, but I have like comic page open. I got the one open. For some reason, I got the page open with Detective J.J. Moto from that Sonic SA2 adaptation issue. That issue always bugged me just for the fact that the Penders just spoiled the ending, or like the twist with Gerald Robotnik. What you wonder what Silver guy's up to? He's probably gonna, he's in New Metropolis and probably seeing news about a giant monster who just suddenly appeared.
Oh well, you all are gonna find out pretty soon.
Yep, 2 days.
Oh, did anybody mention that on the Discord already?
Did anybody what?
Did anybody mention that on the Discord already? That it's coming out soon?
I'm gonna make the announcement for that tomorrow. Let this issue still, let the stream still attract people for that, and then tomorrow I'll just give like the usual preview.
Alright. Truly is a secret.
Yeah, who doesn't? I mean, there's a few characters who don't wear gloves at all. Like Jeffrey has purple gloves. There's got like some yellow in his. Well. I just thought of something about I just thought of something. I'm surprised there hasn't been like and like all like the different like designs of like the Sonic characters in the comics. She's never been like with how many characters have to have gloves. I'm surprised there isn't one that's like a dedicated like boxer with like boxer gloves. I mean, Knuckles kind of is that, but he's like more
Kind
just
of, but
big
that's not
claw.
really his thing. You don't
Yeah, he's
think of
big
him.
claw.
Man, I am so close to beginning shading.
How do you, how do you be a Sonic character with boxing gloves on? Oh, I had a dream one night where we added in classic Sonic the Hedgehog character, Strong Bad, and in the concept of the dream, he was a Sonic character.
Man, you weren't there for it, but the previous page on this issue that I colored, I remember
Mm-hmm.
streaming in the staff chat and I spent like 8 hours on it. This one is definitely not gonna take that much time.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, that staff chat stream I did was kind of a while ago at this point.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't think there's just Larry and Nicole necessarily have a lot that would like link bring them together. This besides being Lynxes. I mean, there's like I guess like some communication for the the Secret Freedom Fighters thing, but aside from that, yeah, they just they don't really connect in any major way.
I think that stream was the cover of that issue, right?
Well, the last stream was a mystery page, a mystery piece. I think the one before that was. Let me see. The one before that was the cover for the cover. Yeah. But no, actually, it's not really a spoiler. It's just the cover, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's definitely why that was streamed. I think for a lot of us, we're working on issues and pages that are just kind of too spoilerly to do streams on.
Some new arc starting up that should be mitigated.
Yeah. Like, this page here was the most innocuous page for this entire issue, so that's why it's being streamed.
Some of this, the stream latency is certainly like pretty noticeable on my end.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I am streaming on a wireless connection and not a Ethernet cable.
Why is it the person who may have the best internet connection on the whole team has to not be as unable to stream?
I don't know, man. I mean, you live in a much more expensive place to live.
Yeah.
That's probably why you get the good internet.
I can't everybody just have good internet like I do?
Yeah, you're welcome for this stream. We were I was definitely down for streaming at least a page of this issue, and this was just ended up being the only one I really could. So
Unfortunately, the next thing that you're going to work on after this, it's very unsafe to stream. I like Holly's design a lot too. She's probably my personal favorite of the ASO design characters. She's probably one of my favorites.
California time, yeah. It's funny because Z and I are both from California.
And somebody hasn't want to meet up. Hasn't decided. Hasn't been dodging on meeting up with me.
Cause it's like a 6 to 4 hour drive.
It's just time. It's just distance is just a number.
And so is gas mileage and all that.
Oh yeah. You get a bike.
And could you imagine biking all the way there and this heat?
You can only travel at night. You're being a nocturnal animal. Your avatars look like they only come out at night. Besides, you are asleep until like 1 in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I wish. I messed up my sleep schedule so bad it went all the way back around to being normal.
I'm like one of the only few people I know in like my friend group who actually goes to bed at like a average time. I wake early to bed, early to rise.
Yeah, truly. Get some bikers cabs.
You'll never have to skip leg day. You'll never skip leg day that way.
See, like, you bike all the way there, and you're saying, Mecca and chat say,
I know.
you're talking specifically about, like, the pre-redesigned movie
Specifically.
Sonic, right? Because that's what I'm thinking about.
That guy got gross, scrawny little legs. I'm actually surprised how like funny I found Ugly Sonic in the Chip and Dale movie.
That's another
It's
thing I
definitely-
haven't gone into.
It's honestly a joke that's probably going to be dated in like a few months.
Months.
But I still enjoyed it, especially like how like just like it wasn't just like a one-off thing. It kept building on it, kept coming back. That movie was okay. Its plot and characters are definitely nothing to write home about. Very just so substandard. While the the animation I wish was definitely more committed. I definitely liked how they used the references and cameos for world building rather than just for the sake of it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely how you probably should be doing things like that. Because cameos for the sake of cameos is just kind of eh.
It may possibly be one of the better like Roger Rabbit like movies after Roger Rabbit. Up there with Looney Tunes Back in Action, which is a good movie. I don't care what anybody says. And I don't know, Cool World, I guess.
Roger Rabbit was pretty good.
Of course. Roger Rabbit may be my favorite movie.
It's definitely up there for me. Wow, is that everything?
Bank in Action is fantastic. Yeah. I watched Space Jam a lot as a kid, but I always fast forward through like the human Michael Jordan stuff. I don't think it's a movie I can necessarily like. Maybe some of the Looney Tunes stuff, but it's generally a movie I don't enjoy going back to. I think it is kind of boring. I have not seen Space Jam 2. I was just so like not interested in that. Which part of the writing in Space Jam? The weird product placement. I'll say. I mean, I can recite. Actually, funnily enough, I can recite a bunch of lines from Space Jam. And your house in 3D land. I think my favorite line, ironically, in that movie is "We got balls." If you want to apply as a translator, you would probably you're free to do translations, and we'll like upload them on the site. I still have to upload that like Spanish version of 249, but yeah, we do need to like have kind of like you got to pass like a letter or test to join the team officially. I'd say, just because it's like a skill set that's like more kind of widely needed in general. What's your favorite line from Space Jam, Love?
It's been a very long time since I watched that. Oh yeah, there's another good question, chat. You might want to answer.
The one about the translators I just did.
Oh. Sorry, I was distracted with the tablet setting.
Space Jam. You ever heard about how Michael Jordan was like awful to work with on that? Yeah, that was probably like the best part. I think like the most part I laughed in that movie for some reason as a kid was like when Daffy gets like attacked by that their bulldog or and then he like comes through the door and he goes like twinkle twinkle little star. That was the funniest thing to me in the world. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you were to try out as a letterer, but like, yeah, you can just send it to us. I love Bill Murray's appearance in Space Jam. It's like it makes no sense and it's stupid, but that's what I like for that. Oh, Space Jam reminds me of like Space Jam 2 was like Space Jam 2 was just kind of like another attempt at Ready Player One. Where it's just like we gotta have every Warner Bros. Media.
But...
I was gonna say my dad thinks my dad I go to movies with my dad a lot. He said that Ready Player One was better than Annihilation.
What?
Annihilation is like this really good, smart sci-fi movie, and Ready Player One is such a schlocky, dumb, like C-tier Steven Spielberg blockbuster. He has a lot of dumb takes. My dad's not very good at judging movies. Remember he said the Daredevil movie was ahead of its time. You like everything I tell you, Chocula. Doesn't count.
See, I heard that a lot of those movies are just garbage. Yeah,
They're not garbage. The Ready Player One's not garbage. It's like fine. It's like a fun family blockbuster, but it's definitely not like something Steven Spielberg really gave that much of a crap about. It's like these days you get movies Steven Spielberg is like his passion's project, and the one where he just kind of gets a paycheck. I do find it funny how like so many different like franchises always ask like Steven Spielberg to like direct one of their movies. He was like I think he was slated to do like the first of like the new Star Wars trilogy. And he said like I'm not gonna do that. I'm Steven Spielberg. I remember my friend saying like he was thinking about like who should have directed the prequel trilogy instead of George Lucas. Even though he was also asked to do, I think, like Phantom Menace, and he said no to that. But he said he would have made a good pick for Attack of the Clones, because think about it, Attack of the Clones came out post 9/11, and that's when Spielberg was really into his whole conspiracy phase, where he was obsessed with that, and that's what Attack of the Clones is all about. It's adaptation of a book that I'm pretty sure the book was even worse than the movie. If I remember, it was like, yeah, there's some fun getting into how awful the book is, and yeah, my dad also likes the book. I think he told me about like he gave me a copy of the book actually, to read like before like the movie was like I think he like heard just like the news of like Steven Spielberg taking up for an adaptation, so he just gave me the book, and I never read it. So I'm just wondering about like there's like the whole section about like masturbating in there.
Doesn't the sequel to that book actually mention Mobius in it?
I forget. I'm kind of blanking on like everything those books had. I don't remember it. I remember it mentioned Sword Art Online a lot, comparing itself to Sword Art Online. I've not seen I have not known anybody who likes the book genuinely. Everybody I know, it's like it doesn't help. It's like really like male, kind of like almost borders on like creepy like male fancy incel stuff. You know what they say? You can't spell SAO without can't spell ASO without SAO. Actually, real quick back to your point, Link Star. I don't think necessarily like it has to be like a book that has to do it, because yeah, I think pretty sure Jaws was based off a book as well. That's why I always kind of find fun when people say like, I miss when movies back in the 80s and 70s were all original, and you know, it's like, you know, a lot of those things were based on books and stuff, right? So my opinion on Shark Tale, a masterpiece.
You know, speaking of movies based on books, I remember reading the original Tarzan novel, like, back in 6th grade, and thinking, wow, this is so much different than Disney's movie.
Yeah. Did you ever read The Little Mermaid?
No.
Where she turned into sea foam at the end?
I've heard about that, but I've never read the actual book, so...
I'd say I haven't read a lot of them, but I know about a lot of them, how different they are. Like, Pinocchio is way darker. He murders Jiminy Cricket in that. But Love, what's your hot take on the whole, is Lion King a ripoff of Kimba?
It's one of those things where I think it's way too much of a coincidence to not be, at the very least, unintentionally inspired by.
Yeah. Also, but I am also kind of tired about that debate. I don't like how much I was into Sword Art Online when I was younger. Trying to think of like what other like notable like dark children's books with like Disney. 'Cause yeah, Pinocchio and Little Mermaid is what I think of the most. I mean, I guess Lion King is based off Hamlet. Yeah, see, I think I know about that video. I forget if I feel like I've seen it, but I forgot most of it. I'm not too much into your movie sucks that much. Honestly, I kind of think I kind of just really do not like agree with like his viewpoint and attitude with all the movies.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that overlay on this again.
Looking good.
Yep, we are getting there.
Oh yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame is way darker. And I remember in the original that one, like Esmeralda dies and Quasimodo like basically like dies with her. Like I think he like hurdles up with her corpse and just like passes away.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been really getting into this shading style lately.
I guess Pocahontas is like not exactly a movie that it doesn't its source material isn't exactly cheery either. Well, we're probably never gonna. Disney's been remaking all their movies in live action. We're probably never gonna get Pocahontas live action remake.
I'd hope not. Could you imagine how that would turn out?
It'd be funny.
Well, what am I doing with this chair?
Yeah, I don't know if they apologize for it. It's not bad enough that they put it in like the Disney Vault, like the real Disney Vault. There's a fake one they use for marketing, and then one they put their movies they're never going to release again, like Song of the South and all those Fox movies they don't want to touch.
The real vault and the actual vault. Oh, that's the wrong one.
they remade most of the classic ones by this point. I wonder if they're gonna get to like, because I know they're making sequels to some of them. Like, there's gonna be that Lion King sequel. I think there was like some spin-off for Gaston and for Beauty and the Beast.
I feel like they're eventually gonna have to start tapping into like Pixar properties.
Oh man, like
A live action Toy
eventually.
Story, can you imagine it?
That's just Small Soldiers. Yeah, they're just thinking about like the other fringe ones they have to do. Like, they've done like Lady and the Tramp, which I feel like everybody forgot they did Lady and the Tramp because that was straight to Disney Plus. But
yeah,
like,
I
if
forgot about that. I didn't know that, I think.
like, why not just do like Aristocats? They may have announced it for all I know.
Oh man. That was my favorite movie when I was younger.
Yep, a
because I was
live-action
just-
remake is currently in development, according to
Oh,
Wikipedia.
Oh, sorry. Still trying to keep my language clean on here. Yeah, that
I'm
was
very.
like my favorite movie when I was younger because I was very much obsessed with cats, but that hasn't really changed.
I'm definitely very critical of the live-action Disney movies.
Oh yeah, definitely don't give them money if you don't have to, I think. That's what I think. Okay.
Yeah, they're making one of Snow White. The Pinocchio one's coming out like 2 months.
I always forget Disney's doing one of those because the other one is so fucking insane.
Yeah, the other one has Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, there's like
And this one's
there's
and
two
this one's
other
just
ones.
This one's just Robert Zemeckis, who has like, has he made any notable movies since like, I don't know, 1990, or ones that like people actually like? Because he did all those, you know, the what are they called again? Like the Christmas Carol movies. Like those motion capture animated movies.
Oh yeah, let me redo the shading on this.
Yeah, there's definitely some racist things in Aristocats. Let's see. Dumbo got one. Probably not gonna get one of Fantasia. Like, none of like the non-traditional narrative ones are. Bambi. Cinderella got one. That was like one of the first ones. Well, technically Alice in Wonderland, those were the first. There's a Peter Pan one, but I always get mixed up with like, remember that non-Disney movie Pan?
Not off the top of my head, no.
It was like some prequel story about like Peter Pan and Captain Hook, and it was like Released by, forget what other some other studio did it. Fox and the Hound, I think, has one in the works. Oh wait, actually I don't see one, so maybe not. I hope it doesn't. Honestly, Fox and the Hound is like one of my favorites. Oh, and they just like there was like news recently about like Hook was good. Hook was good. Um, yeah, like that live action Lilo and Stitch.
Oh man. Yeah.
There's nothing for the rescuers. Also, nothing for Robin Hood. Nothing for Sword in the Stone. We kind of had one with 101 Dalmatians. That Cruella movie. My take of Cruella is always like, I always have a good way of summing it up. Disney's second attempt at making their own Wicked.
God, I heard that that was a very, very laughable movie. And by that, I mean Cruella.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Sleepy Beauty had Maleficent, and that movie was awful. Wasn't there a sequel to that I barely remember? Yeah, Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. And it made a lot of money back, of course. Oh. Yeah, we're never getting a remake of Black Cauldron. Now that's a movie that's, like, practically in the vault. Black Cauldron's a movie that had, like, I've seen it. It has a very, very troubled development. It's not really that great of a movie, and honestly, like, I saw there's a video on it by, Yesterworld Entertainment that I like, and he basically was able to go over, like, pretty much all the cut stuff from Katzenberg, and even with it, honestly, it wasn't that much better. Which, like, is kind of, like, a controversial thing to say, because that's, like, the popular narrative that, like, the movie was great, and then, like, it was ruined with all the edits and cuts. Oh, there's no remake of Oliver and Company. No remake of Great Mouse Detective, which, like, that's like one of the best ones they've ever, their best movies, honestly. Yeah, when you get to the 2000s, a lot of stuff they're not going to remake. Like, not going to get Atlantis, Emperor's New Groove. Oh, could you imagine if they remade Dinosaur?
That would be insane.
It would be not much different, except, like, better CG, honestly. It'd be the same situation as, like, the quote-unquote live-action Lion King.
I kind of want to see what that would look like now. You know, I haven't seen that movie since I was a small child, but I remember thinking that it looked amazing.
I don't think I ever saw a Dinosaur.
We did it on VHS.
All I know is just, like, some lines from it, like, love, monkey. I was really into Land Before Time as a kid. I find it funny. I'm just looking at like the list of Disney films, and like they all have like their own section of like what they're based off of. In Wreck-It Ralph, it's based off things like eBay, YouTube, BuzzFeed, and Disney consumer
BuzzFeed.
products.
Ugh. You know, I finally watched the movie for the first time recently.
The original or Ralph Breaks the
Original.
Internet? Oh. Oh yeah, the original holds up really well. What'd you think of Sonic's cameo in it?
Didn't think much of it, to be honest, because there wasn't really much to say about it. Other than, I pointed out, so it was my brother's birthday that we watched it on. And I pointed out, oh hey, that's like his actual voice actor. That
Going
was-
back to read some... Oh, sorry, go on.
That was like the only thing I pointed out about that.
Yeah, just going back to some things. Links are, forget how... I think Cruella did okay. I forget, it probably did well. These all do really well. That's always my big issue with like Cruella and like any of these movies that these big studio movies that always try to have like be from the perspective of the villain. It's like they're always afraid to commit and always try and like they always softball it, where it's like, well, they're not that bad.
Too much sympathy for somebody who doesn't need it.
Again, they want to make their own Wicked. I mean, don't we all feel like that? Don't we all like have a moment where we want to like murder animals for their fur coats? You never went to Africa and just shot a bunch of elephants so you could take their ivory and so you could have extended lifespan? Like, not every movie has to be with like a. You know, obviously you shouldn't go so far as like probably not like Clockwork Orange in a Disney movie, but. I'm trying to think of like what a good like PG example is.
As far as like making a movie on a villain, or
Yeah. There's a lot of movies in the early 2000s they're just not going to remake. Like, sorry, I don't think we're going to get that Home on the Range remake.
could
Or
you imagine if other
Chicken Little.
studios started doing this?
Remaking their older movies?
Yeah. Okay, like I was gonna say, could you imagine like DreamWorks decided live action Shrek, and then I remembered Illumination's doing that Shrek movie.
Yeah. A lot of the thing is, a lot of these animations, I guess all these animation studios are owned by big conglomerates, but a lot of them do kind of like, yeah, a lot of them don't see. A lot of those studios aren't into like the remake game as much. Maybe it's because so many of them tried the remakes in the 2000s, like back when that was the craze,
Yeah.
and like those didn't work out.
I can't say anything on Alpha and Omega, but I did watch the recent Saber Spark video on them.
Like, those movies?
Yeah, and look at chat.
Oh, okay. I've seen the original. I don't think I've seen any of the sequels.
I don't think you want to see any of the sequels.
But what about the hot wolf babes? The ones that have like weird like sexualization in their like face designs. I imagine because was that Alpha? I forget. Was Alpha and Omega like a theatrical movie? I feel like it probably was.
The first one was released in theaters, and every
Yeah.
subsequent movie was direct to video.
Yeah, it's same phase like open season.
Oh, Lankstar. There's like,
Yeah, there's not 2. There's like 8.
yeah, I think it's A. It's like 7 direct to video sequels. Even though it really didn't have any need to be.
Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't know about this because I've always had like a fascination when like a franchise just buries itself into the ground. Like, I'm of the opinion, you should leave well enough alone with the movie and then just like, not make it a sequel if it's not necessary. But when you go past the point where like there's a point of no return where you just keep making them, and they're not getting any better. Just keep going. Like Land Before Time sequels, Saw, Friday the 13th. I used to say Ice Age, but now that makes me think about Blue Sky shut down, and I'm sad. Yeah, like Land Before Time has like the cake where there's like 16 Land Before Time movies, and one was released like 7 years ago. After like a long period of they stopped doing that. God, Secret Nim 2 is an example where it's like that just makes me upset. That's not fun. Hoodwink 2. Oh man. I liked Hoodwinked 1 when I was a kid. Well, don't forget, Hoodwink 2 was released in the theaters. And it was a massive bomb. I know everybody says Cinderella 3 is the best one. I've actually never seen Cinderella 3, so I'd probably go like Peter Pan 2, Return to Neverland. You ever hear about that Snow White prequel, like that direct-to-DVD movie they wanted to do?
No, but now that you're saying it, I have no idea how you do that.
It was actually a prequel movie about the dwarves. And apparently it was actually of like a lot better quality than most of the other ones. Even to the point because like John Lasseter, like when he joined when the merger with when Pixar went under Disney, he was like put in charge of like their like animation department, and he notably hated all the live action movies, or sorry, the DVD movies for like obvious reasons. But even he admitted that like this dwarves one was like a step above most of the other ones. But what ultimately did it in, and kind of like what its like main problem was, where it had that sequel mentality of having to explain everything. Like in the original movie, there's a scene where the witch, the evil queen, goes to like her little like dungeon, and there's like a skeleton that she insults, and that was gonna be like Snow White's father apparently. I think the thing that like officially killed the movie was there's going to be a scene that explained that was like the reason why I think like the reason why Dopey doesn't talk is because he saw his mom get killed in front of him.
I had to mute myself to take a drink of water. Yeah, that's very insane.
Yeah, no matter what their quality is, but they had to be like present now because it's boring corporate stuff. But like Disney has always been like a fascinating company to like see like how they've changed like their business was. Like Walt Disney, not going to say he's a good person. Feels a little is a complicated matter because he had good and bad points, but like just there's you definitely can't deny like the story of like him running Disney is like a very interesting one. Similar with like, Michael Eisner, those two are the most even like the ones who kind of aren't very good at running it, like the ones between Disney and Eisner, like Ron Miller and Card Walker. That was at least interesting. I think a Chicken Little. No, that was after. I was just gonna say like I thought Chicken Little 2 might be straight to DVD, like straight to video, but that was like after that the whole series. I'm pretty sure that ended. I think that just got canceled because like the bad reception of Chicken Little. Wait, no, I remember actual best Disney straight to DVD movie. The Lilo and Stitch, the one that was the backdoor pilot for the series. I've actually never seen like some of the really bad ones, like that Beauty and the Beast one that was just like a compilation of that cheap TV series. Or what was the other one I was thinking of? Like, yeah, didn't see Cinderella too. I have seen like I've seen like that Atlantis one that was a compilation of the failed show, and I think the Tarzan one too. Yes. Oh yeah, Sleeping Beauty Enchanted Christmas. That was like not Sleeping Beauty and the Beast Enchanted Christmas was like really bad from what I know. The one I actually kind of forget if it's actually any good or not, or like the 101 Dalmatian sequel and Lady and the Tramp sequel. Can anybody speak to those? Because I watch those a lot. The animated one, like Spot's Big Adventure, and the one with Lady and the Tramp's kid. Scamp, I think his name was. I think I've only seen like the Aladdin ones once. I'm just looking at like some of these and like yeah, I missed out on like some of the really bad ones. Like never saw Pocahontas 2. Or never saw Little Mermaid 2. That one I hear is like awful. Oh, I I think I might have seen Hunchback of Notre Dame too. That's a really bad one. But yeah, you're right. Didn't mess up how they're viewed just because of like we never saw them in the original. What about you, Lob? Which ones have you seen?
We were generally too poor to buy a lot of VHSs, so I've only seen some old Disney movies, to be honest. So, a lot of the direct-to-video sequels kind of just passed me by.
You're probably lucky. Oh, Fox and the Hound too. That's a really bad one. You know what that one's about, Love? Fox and the
Yeah.
Hound 2?
Oh no, not two.
You ever see Fox and the Hound? That movie about like that touching like two people, like, you know, two creatures from different worlds who became friends but have to grow apart as nature like demands it. Do you ever watch that and wonder, you know what I want to see what that was? What if while they were friends, they joined a band and then there was like some drama about that? There were a bunch of Winnie the Pooh movies, but those were like, you know, pretty good because it's hard to mess up Winnie the Pooh. If you're asking me, Linkstar, about Fox and the Hound 2, I am dead serious. It is some stupid thing where they join a animal band. Hunchback 2 is notorious for like being a lot uglier, but like just being like a super like dumbed down, missing the point of the original movie that tried to give Quasimodo a happy ending. Does anybody else want anything to say about these straight to DVD movies, or is there another topic we should probably move on to?
Probably another topic at this point. I think we're
Wait.
just exhausting the well.
There's something left to talk about with them. We can't forget about the dog-based movies, mainly the Beverly Hills Chihuahua sequels and the Buddies movies.
Oh yeah.
When are we gonna get a new Buddies movie? They mean too much to America.
Probably never, considering how much animal abuse happened on set.
Wow, I actually really? I didn't know about the animal abuse.
Yeah, a lot of the puppies that they picked up for those movies had illnesses that were exacerbated by the filming, and a lot of them ended up passing away.
Fuck me, that's awful. That's awful. Oops, sorry. Is this what the director of Airbud intended?
Probably.
I'm just imagining a situation where like Airbud's real, but he's like cryptid, like shaky cam footage, just like some guys in like Pakistan, just like like what are you doing there? Like in speaking language and like just like crappy footage quality, like far away, just like at nighttime, a like dog just playing basketball, and he looks over them, they just run away. I wonder, is there actually any rules stating that a dog can't play basketball?
Well, there's a rule saying that bees really shouldn't be able to fly, but that's not stopping them.
CP.
SCP.
God, what other Disney characters do you think are cryptids?
Mickey Mouse, unironically.
It's not Disney, but remember MVP, Most Valuable Primate?
No.
Where he was a monkey who played ice hockey.
I don't remember this.
Probably a lot of those monkey movies, those are probably cryptids, like Dunstan. Dunstan's totally a cryptid. From Dunstan Checks In. Any unnatural animal where they're smart's gotta be a cryptid. But yeah, also the Beverly Hills Chihuahuas. Those got sequels.
Unfortunately.
When I was younger, I thought George Lopez was like a celebrity that people took seriously, like equivalent of like a Kevin Hart, I guess. Because he was like, I was at Nickelodeon, and his show would always come on, so I always assumed that people must like George Lopez. I saw that movie. What was it, like The Spy Next Door, where he was in it, and Jackie Chan and Billy Ray Cyrus. I saw that on my birthday.
I don't think I know that movie.
It's a family movie. It's like Jackie Chan is like a renowned spy, and he's like marrying into this family with I guess some lady and her kids. That the kids are super pissed off. They don't want a new dad. And he's like, and they don't know he's a spy. But then some spy conspiracy catches up with them. I remember George Lopez turns out to be a mole. He's evil. But Billy Ray Cyrus was good, just like in real life. Let me look it up. I'm curious this thing about it.
No, I must have watched Spy Kids like a very long time ago, because I think I did watch it, but only once, so I don't really remember it.
I've seen Spy Kids 1 a couple of times. I don't remember how many times I've seen Spy Kids 2, but I saw Spy Kids 3 a lot. I was like, thought that was the coolest movie ever, because they were in a video game. Second. Oh, speaking of Spy Kids, you know who was in Shark Boy and Lava Girl? That's right, George Lopez. Yeah, I think I saw it in the theaters. I didn't see the new one that came out. Although I did want to say real quick, I just checked. The director of The Spy Next Door, he also made the first Beethoven movie, the live-action Flintstones, Jingle All the Way, Are We There Yet? And Snow Dogs. It's the movie that ruined Cuba Gooding Jr.'s career.
That's an impressive collection of mediocrity.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like I feel like I know that name, and I'm like, oh yeah, the guy who made Jingle All the Way. It doesn't look. The last movie he made was, my God, Max 2 White House Hero, which is a sequel to the movie called Max, which I saw in theaters. I think it came out the same weekend as like Ted 2, or maybe Ted 1. And it was about like some like German. It's another crappy family movie. Some German Shepherd, like military dog, whose owner dies, and he goes with the family. And I think there's like some conspiracy, there's another conspiracy with the selling arms. I guess that Sonic Frontier story will actually be, apparently Ian did have some more to say. Yeah, I feel like we keep getting back and forth about what Ian did or did not contribute to that, so I'm just waiting until we get, like, a trailer again.
Or just wait until the game comes out and we can decide for ourselves what happened.
Yeah, exactly. I want it to be out already. I wish they were able to make, like... I wish we could have had, like, you know, obviously game development has slowed down, but I wish we could have, like... how we, you know, it's pretty. We only get like a Sonic game like once a year, maybe two. But like, I wish we could have had like more of an output of like how Mario is with Nintendo is with Mario, especially in terms of like their side series.
I don't know, I feel like Nintendo's relying a little too heavily on Mario, because a lot of the side series could easily be replaced by some of their dormant properties instead.
I mean, what are you gonna? I mean, I don't know. Mario Party, probably not. Mario Kart, but yeah, no. Mario Sports, not really. Which ones are you thinking of?
Yeah, right.
Maybe like Mario and Rabbids, but like... Honestly, I doubt we would have gotten Mario and Rabbids if it was like paired up with something else. I've never seen A Christmas Story 2.
Man, A Christmas Story is my mom's favorite movie, I think. I don't know. Her favorite holiday movie, I think.
I didn't notice that because it was like, I was only looking at like his feature films. He's done like a lot of TV and direct-to-video stuff, because he also did the classic Beethoven's Big Break.
Okay, I'm not quite done talking about A Christmas Story, mostly because
Oh yeah, go on.
my mom would always put it on for Christmas every year. And I really do not care for that movie because there's a lot of moments of like secondhand embarrassment played for comedy, and it just makes me physically cringe.
Oh, I like that movie. I enjoy secondhand embarrassment humor in that. I haven't seen it in a few years because I've gone to a phase where I don't really watch any holiday movies to coincide with their holidays. It's definitely like I'm not so into like used to be a cult hit. Now it's sort of like been ran to the ground. I don't think I've actually ever seen any of the Beethoven movies though. Anybody have any history with Beethoven? I like the dog. I like that breed of dog, Saint Bernard. Do you got any history with it, Love?
No, I'll be honest. I've had no idea what you've been talking about that whole time.
It's a movie. It's about a dog, and he's a big Saint Bernard. And he lives with a family. That's all I know. I think it's one of those. I think I remember. The only thing I can remember specifically, I think I've seen it used for a clip of like an example of like somebody playing a video game, but they don't really playing it. They're just like mashing the buttons like crazy. I see you, Mecha from the '80s.
Yeah, we'll see you later, man. Yeah, that's how I feel, Linkstar, because it's so reliant on that kind of humor. I can't stand it.
When it came out, it was definitely like I won't say like a little bit ahead of the curve because like you didn't really have comedies so much that were like that. That was a time when like Christmas movies were a lot more subversive, different. Because I definitely like Christmas Story. Oh, that's a good that's a good synopsis. Family adopts the Saint Bernard, and the dad hates it until he doesn't. Oh god, I just got reminded of a movie. Remember Racing Stripes?
God, I think that was one of the movies that I saw rented once, and I completely forgot about what it was.
It was about a zebra who wants to become a racehorse.
Yeah.
All I remember for that was there's like some flies that probably always by a celebrity. Let me see who they were.
Because now that you bring it up, I'm like, oh yeah, I did watch that, but it's been a very long time. We rented it when I was staying over at somebody's house, and we went over to the store and picked up the VHS or something.
Steve Harvey and David Spade.
Man, I can't believe that's a, the experience of going to a store and renting a movie is something people can't experience anymore. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, I used to have a DVD rental store that was like right around like right behind my house. Okay, cat? Oh, he's coughing. You okay? I'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think I ever watched Kangaroo Jack. I do remember it being advertised heavily, and yeah. Yeah, I've never watched it, but I have heard the kangaroo is just like 1 minute in that whole movie.
Are you guys talking about Kangaroo Jack?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Apparently that was gonna be like an R-rated like comedy, like stoner comedy, but then they wanted to lower it to a PG-13 and get like kids to see it.
Always a good idea.
Yeah, just like my DVD rental experiences. I remember I got into Gummy Bears that way, the old Gummy Bears show. Um, that's how I first watched the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, and I had like a hate boner for that show pretty much. That was like back then, back in like middle school. Whenever I saw it, it was like one of my 3 top hated shows. It was that, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and Ni Hao Kai Lan. I disliked how they talked down to me. I don't think I've actually ever seen Kangaroo Jack.
Yeah, it's crazy how marketed that movie was, and just everybody's like, the kangaroo's barely in it. Don't care.
I want my money back.
Promise kangaroo. What is this?
Oh, it was also the first place I saw The Simpsons, and the first thing I saw was Treehouse of Horror. So I just thought for a while I thought the whole show was just like
What?
episodic stuff like that, where there's no continuity and like
That's
chaos is
crazy.
always happening. My first thing of like 7 a.m. was a little interesting. Have I ever told you how I technically first read my second time? Okay, I have technically 2 times I read the Archie comics before I first got into it.
No, I don't think you have.
First one was I just got I think I remember just getting a random comic of it one day when I was like really young. This was back in like, God, this would have been back around 2004 maybe. But I just picked it up, new Sonic, didn't know anything about the series, didn't even really have any concept of like the brand that I was associated with. I just knew it's Sonic comic, and it was issue 144, the final part of the original 25 years later storyline.
Oh man, that's horrible.
I thought it was awesome. I was like, oh man, all the characters, why is Knuckles a cyborg? And they're all married, and they got all these other characters, and this walrus guy I was like, how crazy, what happened to the comic to lead up all to this? And then the other part was that Dear Ally story, which is like all this romantic angst. I'm like, whoa, characters and all the romantic stuff going on, what's going on?
Man, that's crazy.
And then I got like one of the trade volumes of like the very first 4 issues at a Barnes and Noble when I was like in like middle school, like elementary, like late elementary school. And I thought it was so dumb, I hated it. It was like, who are all these dumb characters? Why are they all so stupid? Why are all these dumb jokes in it? This isn't my Sonic.
You were a small child thinking, not my Sonic.
Yeah, hashtag not my Sonic. Don't call anybody. Don't call anyone. I pepper sprayed the Barnes Noble employee. How did Knuckles get his cyborg eye? Oh, Sonic just killed him because he killed Eggman, because Knuckles is the true hero of the series. But I actually wonder, this isn't, I guess not really a spoiler, because I don't know yet. I haven't talked to Jen about this, because he's been been going through plans with him. I don't know if he ever is actually going to do anything with that whole, like, future prophecy that Knuckles is supposed to have to save the world. Because we like using elements from the series, but we also like having a good story.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think like a couple years later, my dad just like rented like one of the DVDs of Sat AM from like a Redbox or whatever the equivalent was then. And I was like initially like, oh, I don't want to see this. This looks like that comic I read that I didn't like. And I saw it and I was like, oh my god, this is actually pretty sick. And it gave like a collection of like a pretty good like selection of the episode. I forget the exact DVD name of it. Someone could probably say it. But it was like the one with like the satellite in orbit, the one with Ari, the finale, the one with Lupe, and also some of the crappy filler like comedy episodes with Antoine. But overall, a pretty good sample size. Yeah, it had Rebecca in it. Yeah, it was like Rebecca, it was the odd couple, it was that one with like the headless gopher. The other thing I think oh yeah, it also had like the Blast of the Past specials. I think the only thing I missed on that was like honestly, if like any real like continuity wise was like probably like King A like Ari getting out of the void with the episode with Nagus, and what was the other one? Uncle Chuck, probably like Uncle Chuck like getting introduced and getting freed. All right, see you, Stuart.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Dark Mobius and like that putting the pages like neat, but I also kind of think that's an instance where like the less said the better, so it lets your like mind go. And also maybe personal thing, but like I don't think I'd really want to spend too much time in like gritty dark reality. We already have Silver's version, which is like we already have Silver's, which was kind of a version of that.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's kind of already very much explored, so exploring other realities not based on that's kind of much more interesting.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
What was the last thing you heard me say before I got kicked out?
Talking about gritty realities?
Oh yeah, just like Silver's Future is kind of another version of that. Yes, hello, Wax Scorpion. Thank you for coming. Glad you like it. Yep, this is the next issue of Rabbot Rebound. And then like some years later, like in early high schools, when I like started actually getting into like the Archie comics, like starting going back through it, and I remember saying like the first few issues, like, wait a minute, this was the same thing as that thing I saw from a distance and thought was cool. Mind blown. Oh, got a breaking news report here. Or wait, hang on. Never mind. This might be like this probably is not very substantiated. I just saw like like my news feed. It just said like a rumors going on that Netflix might be bought by Microsoft, but like probably not true.
Big if true. It's insane.
Netflix are losing money, but they aren't losing that much money.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going a little overboard with shading at parts. Which is probably why page 5 took me like 8 hours to shade. Color and all that.
Not too many after this, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier that even though this is page 6, the pages in this issue are done out of order, so it's actually much further along.
Let you guys know, the art consistency in this issue might be a bit more varied than you're used to.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Dark Mobius is the one where Knuckles became Dark Enerjack, and his daughter and Lara Sue had to stop him. But she went by Johnny Ka. Definitely a good one. I like that arc. I also like. I generally do like 25 years later, Sans Pender's part. But even then, I actually kind of think like the first couple stories of that were like kind of nice and enjoyable, just because of like just seeing like the characters in like this situation, like living their lives and being happy. But when he gets to, like this whole like space time falling apart and like all the stuff with that's when it gets really boring. Did you ever have any headcanons of what you assumed this future character was, like what happened to them? In like Light Mobius specifically, especially in like Shadow's version of that, like the altered timeline.
Not really. I kind of think that was not something I wanted to think too much about.
Aw, come on. Even Flynn's version of it was good. For me, the only one I really thought had too much of like a solid opinion on, and don't think this is like fact from ASO just yet, but like, I mean, even if it is, it probably won't be too big a thing. But like, I just assumed like Elias died. If like Shadow essentially like did a takeover of like the whole planet, I feel like Elias probably wouldn't have like gone down without a fight. Or sorry, Elias. I like Elias better.
Like, it doesn't sound like it's a masculinized version of Sally's name.
I also thought it was like.
I always did think it was kind of funny that it was like, oh, we're gonna give Sally a brother, we'll just switch her name syllables around.
I'm surprised Penders did not do more with that guy. I was basically like, Bowlers took him immediately. It's like, even like in stories Penders wrote with like Sally and King Acorn and like some of the backups later, he like, I can barely remember him touching Elias besides like the Metal Sonic Trooper story arc.
Well, the dude was pretty fond of introducing new things and not doing very much with them.
Heresy.
Okay, well, aside from his obvious favorite toys to play with.
Yeah, a lot of the Knuckles series certainly didn't go anywhere.
We're gonna go all the way back around talking about that final arc again, because that was very boring.
That's like honestly the worst part I find. That's honestly like the least enjoyable I find Penders is like his really late stuff, because it is just boring and uninteresting.
Yeah.
Because like all the other ones are bad, but they're interestingly bad. That one's just a slog. I think like the Good, the Bad, and the Unknown is especially awful, just because like it's the same problem. Probably heightened to a degree where it's like he has like all these characters. It feels like he's just on autopilot with them. He does not give a crap. None of them are written like fun or interesting or even like that unique, and he's just like doing the basic stuff. And he also tries to like overly scientifically explain things like the Chaos Emeralds being like a result of nuclear radiation. So Jeffrey's Wizard reveal, it's I agree. I think it's like I'm the stance of it's a bad twist. It was not foreshadowed at all. It was definitely an ass pull, but it was kind of what Jeffrey needed because his character had been irrelevant for so long.
Yeah, it definitely added a lot more to him, even though it was just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it brought him back into the story in like a fitting way. Not gonna say, yeah. Like, Jeffrey, like, aside from, like, just being generally, like, not that popular, it was, like, you already had, like, so many, like, the government had been, like, fully reassembled. So what's like use of this like secret agent guy really have much anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, out of all the characters Penders wrote, Jada Lucy was probably like the most enjoyable, especially at least when he wrote her. Or I mean, okay, not when at least he wrote her. That would imply that he wrote her like better than other people. Definitely not. I'm just saying that like out of all of them, she probably like I don't know. I like the Julie Suma the most from like his cast of characters when he was writing.
Yeah.
Even if he probably does not, even if he probably does not know how to write female characters very well. Okay, probably, definitely.
Yeah, no, he doesn't, but she is probably one of the better examples of something approaching acceptable.
I'm trying to think of like who else when I'm thinking of like like his stories, I'm like, who do I actually like of his characters? Who do I like and care about? Spectre, I guess he's kind of cool. But like, even the chaotics are like super sidelined and like pointless in this series.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of crazy how known Penders is outside the Sonic fandom.
He's probably the most known thing about the Archie comics outside, like maybe aside from some of the fan favorite characters, he's probably like the most known thing about it.
Yeah. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, he's the crazy guy who got like the 20-year-long comic canceled.
To be fair, it wasn't all his fault. It was a lot of things.
Yeah, it wasn't, but that's a narrative people know.
Yeah. I find with Penders and Leenda, I always found that oddly like fascinating because like when he introduced her, Leenda did not seem at all like he intended for her to be any character of any substance. She was just another generic like evil Dark Legionary lady, like so many other like evil Dark Legionary characters he had. But then he added like the point like pretty like almost like haphazardly that like, oh no, she was Kragok and Julius Sue's like sister. And he never really like wrote her with that much person. And then he suddenly pivoted to like introducing her character trait like, oh wait, by the way, she's actually really treacherous. It's like, wait, she is? Like they just like start talking about that like as a matter of fact, like she didn't really have much of a character besides being cruel to her sister before that. And like Leenda has gone on to be like one of the longest lasting of like the Echidna characters. Despite having like a wet tissue throw and a debut. Yeah, there hasn't been any real he's like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure nothing's been published on his end. At least, not outside of giving out stuff at fan expos.
Yeah, I get the impression that he's just bluffing a lot of progress that he's supposedly making on it. Because, yeah, we've really only seen, like, 3 pages from his comic, and that's it.
How many years ago was that now?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say it's not coming out anytime in the next, like, 100 years.
I don't think Penders is probably gonna live, like, I don't know, another 20 years?
Penders is gonna find a way to sue death and live longer.
No, I mean, let's be honest, Penders is not good at suing people either.
No, but that's...
Because his lawsuits, one was thrown out, one was settled out of court.
tickle pick?
I remember I always kind of think like some people point to like remember that scene in I actually don't think you know that scene where like Tails gets tickled tortured. I actually never really read that as like intentional like fetish art. I always just sort of thought that was like just like the generic like lighthearted torture thing.
Oh no, I think we were talking about that commission
I
piece he
I know
got.
which one you're talking about. I
Yeah.
know I'm just thinking about how like some people refer to that original one as well and say it's like fetish art, but I'm like I don't think so. It wasn't that bad.
I think it was fetish art. He just didn't know it was.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's definitely fair. I'm just saying I don't think there was a. I don't think there's much way to say that how he couldn't possibly think that what he was doing with Leenda and Robotnik wasn't fetish art, but like, I think the whole tickling that feet could have just been like trying to do the whole lighthearted torture trope.
I really hope that was what happened and not.
And again, he also had Sally like. I mean, maybe it wouldn't have been so weird with a different artist, but she like went naked in like a big pool of yellow liquid.
Oh yes, and then they drew her vest because that would obviously cover up something.
I mean, it's like Sally didn't always have that vest, so it's like I don't want to say it's like I don't want to say it's just like intentional nudity, but like did not help how that artist drew her.
Yeah. Definitely a case of just drawing a regular furry instead of a Sonic character.
Also, that was the same story where we had like that exposition dump of Julie Sue's past and that Leanda's her sister. I don't even think they necessarily need to make a joke about him. They could just do anything. He's gonna like. Remember how he like from like word of mouth how he got mad that they ripped off Interjack, the second movie.
Yeah. I remember seeing that and thinking, oh man, Pender's gonna throw a bitch fit on Twitter about this, isn't he? I'm sorry, should I have not said that?
Fine. As far as I know, I don't think he's like complained about us.
I don't think he knows about us. I mean, but that.
I mean, I'm sure it's he. I doubt. I kind of have a feeling somebody had to bring it up to him at some point, especially someone salty like, "Hey, they're using your characters." But generally, he seems to be he's cool with like fan projects so long as he's credited.
Yeah, he just wants to be credited. Which we do in our issues, so there's no reason that we are aware of for him to take any action or say anything.
Knock on wood. Yeah, if anything, I was gonna say like it does keep his like some of his characters like in like help keep them in like the public sphere of relevance. But then again, I could also see him trying to make the argument of like they're distracting the audience from him. If it weren't for us, all of these fans we have would go to him. It's like that. It's like some guy recently did like some like trying to do some YouTube drama about like he was saying how React videos are evil and like the bane of existence because they're stealing all the viewership from the original videos to them.
I think there's merit in that argument, but dying on that hill to say that is also not very good.
Yeah, I definitely think there's also there's a strong case when done right. It definitely will help expand and like the audience of a creator, like Critical does a lot of the time I've seen. Oh yeah, we're getting asked about that Scourge comic.
It was canceled in a week, wasn't it?
Yeah, like 5 days. Yeah, announced on Monday, canceled on Friday. God, that was something, all right.
The level of disappointment Penders must have felt whenever somebody finally approaches him asking to license his characters.
And they just want that version that Ian made. I mean, I still think that guy's got some like audacity to like claim ownership of Scourge. When he's like so caught up on like versions of characters, pretty much,
Yeah.
and technicalities. He bashes Ian Flynn in like whatever he does, except when it's like convenient for him. Yeah, I probably shouldn't get too much into the whole it's I guess views and opinions about the lead artist on that. But it was a very, very bad look. I always found like the how that like the cancellation itself to be entertaining just because of like I don't know, don't condone harassing anybody for whatever reason. But I kind of am not entirely I'm doubtful about it was so severe that they were getting outright harassed to a degree that would make them quit, rather than just getting like just general criticisms that I was living leveled at them. But also, I know it's in general that like whenever you're doing any PR, it's probably never a good idea to like just immediately like point the finger like it's all your fault that we had to cancel it. All you awful people, all you awful like fans. Yeah, I get the feeling we aren't going to see another like licensing deal like that again for a bit.
Or possibly ever, seeing how this one turned out.
Yeah. I wonder if he actually charged them $10,000 for it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's been so long that he might have been desperate for that opportunity and just gave it to him at a very, very sharp discount or something.
That is also probably more likely.
Oh, dude, don't remind me of Legends 3.
I have hope we'll eventually get it. I think it is not impossible that we'll get Legends 3 someday.
Oh, man. One of the great never-evers of gaming.
I'm wondering if like the team who made like Mega Man 11s and the Ghosts and Goblins would do it.
I feel like I've heard that whoever's currently the guy in charge of all the Mega Man projects at Capcom now wants it to happen, but it's just a matter of it being greenlit or something.
Yeah, Kenji Inafune's like career is it's a very interesting one.
I don't know, Inafune hasn't been with Capcom in ages.
Yeah, but even like before and after, and sadly the last thing we heard about him is he was like into NFTs.
Oh no, no, was it true? God,
I thought I saw it say untrue, but then someone said it was true. I don't know.
Man, that's
Could be wrong
insane.
there.
I don't remember.
But yeah, it was just a very interesting story about how his like ultimately, if you get down to it, his like this might be a personal opinion, but his like philosophy and like attitude about development and like sales was like a very flawed one. Because his attitude ultimately did lead to like the whole Capcom outsourcing way more of their games to try to have a Western appeal. But like aside from Dead Rising, most of those were and like their first Lost Planet, most of those were flops.
Yeah.
I find it funny that like I can think of off the top of my head two developers who are saying that like Japan sucks at making games anymore, they're over, and they end up not being very good developers themselves. Inafune and Philfish. Yeah, thankfully Capcom is definitely out of that dark age now. Even their fighting games look like they're getting better. I'm very excited for Street Fighter 6.
Now they just gotta unretire some of their older franchises.
Hey, did you buy that Capcom Fighting Collection?
No.
It probably would have helped. Although I actually hear that they used to do the thing where it's like nobody's buying. You know, they would release a collection to see it and base the sales on that to gauge if they should make a new entry in a franchise. Apparently, they're not doing that for this one at least. So it's not. So it's not a case of like if you buy it, we're gonna get new Darkstalkers. More of a case of if you don't buy it, that doesn't mean we're not gonna get new Darkstalkers.
Huh.
I actually wanted to get that. I was kind of low on money at the time. But I do want to get the fighting game collection. Okay, yeah, thanks for helping confirm. Yeah, I think the evidence was pointing to, like, it wasn't true. What happened to Pender's NFTs? Thankfully, we're probably not going to get those because NFTs are bombing. But we're not going to. Unfortunately, we're not going to get that Seth Green NFT show.
My apes gone.
You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Are you talking about the show or his NFT being stolen?
His NFT being stolen.
Okay, because the other one is he's actually concept green. He's like He tried to develop like a show with NFTs and like has like a pitch set up and everything. But no studio wants to pick it up because none of them want to touch like an NFT project because of its like such toxic buzz around them.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just glad. It was worse for me because I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag, but I was into hating NFTs before everybody else was. But no, actually, like, I know most people, like, most people were getting upset and mad about NFTs in, like, late 2021, early 2022. That stuff was going on since, like, early 2021. Like, I remember the first time I heard about it was, like, when, like, when the publicists of the Gorillas, they, like, were trying to do NFTs with them against their permission. There was a bunch of, like, NFT stories and, like, that, in that time, and, like, the pay really blew up for them towards the end of the year, though. Oh, NFT, like, NFT Island or Bitcoin, whatever that was called. Pender's... Alright, Link, so I'll say this. Not all of Pender's stuff is rough. From issues 1 through 50, not bad. Helped, like, did a decent tone shift. Knuckles gets progressively more boring. And then, thankfully, it's just a lot of backups. And then, yeah, the last, like, 15 issues of him are pretty bad. I always think it's, like, definitely people get bowlers and Penders conflated. But I always feel that, like, Penders was just generally kind of, like, more, I would honestly say, arguably more consistent, but he was always just kind of, like, blah. Bowlers was a case of, like, higher highs but lower lows. And even the lower lows aren't always his fault, technically. I was reading, like, because, like I mentioned earlier, I was, like, looking at, like, thanks Ken Penders, and I was just reading their blog post about the slap. And that was, like, written I remember still seeing, like, as recent as, like, a few years ago, still people trying to carry that torch of, like, that stupid, like, argument. Back when we had our forum, somebody trying to do a thread of, like, I found proof that shows whose fault it really is.
It's been years, bro. Give it up.
It's been, like, almost 20 years. Leave John Gray and Bowlers alone.
I know. It's insane that an artist who only drew what was presented to them in the script gets all that shit. Like, like,
Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, well, they might as well start harassing the inker and colorists too while they're at it.
Leechstar, false. His last issue was 159. 160 was Ian's first issue. Technically, though, his last issue was like somewhere after that because he inked an issue. Yeah, what was I gonna say? What was it? Somebody's saying it's Sorcerer Land saying like in 124, 125. I'm actually even opposite opinion. I know some people like that. I don't really care for that Zorda storyline. I just think it's too rushed. Like it's supposed to be one of like the big world-ending like mega event, but it's like 2 issues. It doesn't really help the Zorda aren't really interesting characters.
Yeah, honestly.
They're just salty.
I love their whole dynamic of, well, not dynamic, but just, what was it? They sent an embassy to Earth only to be dissected, and they're like, well, it's time to wage war.
I find it funny, too, because they talk about, like, the Zorda always said, like, they're a horrible, warlike species. And, like, effectively on par with, like, essentially they're, like, painting the same way as, like, the Black Arms, but, like, the first recorded thing they did was send an like, so maybe that just shut them off the entire idea of, like, ever being peaceful again. The blog, thanks Ken Penders. He's like chronology, just going through all like the comics. Can't say I've read it all, and I don't always agree with like some of the opinions on there, or more or less I just don't like agree with every take. But it does, from what I've read, it's pretty good. Not super into the format though, but I think it's a good source for like quelling misinformation, at the very least.
Yeah, Bobby does a pretty good job of, just dispelling commonly spread, misinformation. I don't know why it took me that long to figure out what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think the Zorda, like, I still kind of like the Archie, it's a little odd. I think it definitely works a little better in Sad AM, but I do think that, you know, the concept of, like, Mobius being a post-apocalyptic Earth, like, it's good. It's definitely, I think it's, like, at a point where it's, like, kind of hard. It's a little difficult to wrangle with just because of, like, all the material. And I guess the Zorda are good to a means to that, but it's just, like, the rest of it is, like, the rest of them are, yeah, like I said, not very memorable. That actually reminds me, I got a ranking of what I would say, like, worst to best of the milestone issues are.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Bottom of the list, issue 150. That's just awful. Both the story and as a milestone. Just
Yeah,
evil
honestly.
Sonic trying to mech on ladies. Second one would probably be... What do I have, like, the second worst? Maybe, like, probably one of the Worlds Collide issues, or Worlds Unite. Those are
Yeah,
probably
honestly.
Probably, like, most of the Worlds Unite stuff goes there.
And it bothers me because that could have been really fun, but it wasn't.
Yeah, there's something I like in it, like how some characters got some attention, but yeah, that was just a mess. That is objectively, like, the worst thing in his wrote. Like, okay, maybe not objectively, but, like, it is, for me, far and away the worst thing he has written. You want to know my opinions on IDW? I like it. It's good. I obviously have a preference for a certain series. I think it suffers from pacing issues. Does not have very interesting world building just because of what's restricted. Some poor characterization, but I also think some new and some not interest and some characters who could like. I don't really like Bella. I think she is. I don't think she's just. I think her problem is that like barely get any time with her as a character. It's always just like the major plot beats of her arc.
Yeah.
I don't even think I could probably describe like what Bella's personality is. Like I guess nervous. But I do like the new characters are good. Got great art, some good character writing, some obviously some good stories here and there. So yeah, I do like IDW is pretty good. It's but again, I just probably don't like it as much as like the reboot or the pre-reboot. So I would probably like it more than Fleetway because I'm not a big Fleetway fan. I really like Bella's design, which is like I find it especially a shame that I don't really care about her character.
Yeah.
I remember when that. I wonder if do people still think that when she was just like introduced and everyone was like shown off, people were just pissed off how she looked.
I've heard people were like deciding is she uncanny or not.
Maybe, I mean, maybe I'm not afraid of clowns, so maybe that has a part of it. I always find it
Clowns
funny
or
how
I mean
I find it
it's not
entertaining.
just that she has a clown aesthetic, but she is also like a very large like wooden doll as well.
I like those kind of characters, but I was just gonna say I always find it funny how like I find it funny that you ever hear about like how like Japan thinks we're weird for being afraid of clowns.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a lot of discourse about people saying how she looked like she had a bad design. That was like the main thing I remember hearing. Like that was like the overwhelming like consent when her design was first shown off. I don't really hear it anymore, thankfully. So I guess like you know cooler heads prevailed. But back to my rankings. Let me double check. What was like issue? It was one of like the reboot Sonic universes. I kind of forget. So let's see. 75 was one of the Worlds Unite. No, wait, no, it was. Okay, no, it was right before the first Worlds Unite. It was that. I think it was that story where there's that encounter with Metal Sonic and they go to like Iblis's dimension. That one's okay. It's definitely if I had to put it in any way, it feels more like a. Okay, I think probably it's just a case where it's like it doesn't really feel like a milestone exactly. It's probably more of just like a regular story that got like a little celebratory bow put at the end. So I'd probably put that after like the Worlds Unite stuff. Probably after that issue 100 where I mean, I'll say it puts a resolve to a lot of plot points that was going on at the time. Can't say I love the art. I think Nate Morgan, what happened to him at the end is pretty dramatic. That one's just sort of like, I think it's not as well written, but it probably is a bit better as a milestone. You know what I'm talking about, right? That's where like Kodos dies and Aragnis dies and Nate Morgan gets roboticized after the Robians are freed again. Or he gets roboticized.
I'll be honest, my brain has been trying to pick up where you've been at talking. Like, sorry, sometimes whenever I'm working, I get a little too into the zone, so...
It's fine.
It's not you, it's me.
I think, let me double check, which one is 250 exactly? I think 250 is actually a pretty, even though it is, part of the milestone, just having that be the issue where Sonic and friends just fight that giant army of robot masters. That's like probably the highlight of that whole arc for me. So that one probably gets like a higher rank I'm not sure if I don't think I put it under over 100. It probably is a little higher. But back to like the other ones. Next is probably 125, just because I don't think it's paced that great. Probably next is 225, where that feels like a climax, but doesn't really feel like a huge milestone per se, especially compared to some of the other ones. Although actually, okay. I'm switching around. I'm probably gonna put 25. I'll probably put 25 like after 125, just because like it's a simpler story. It's lighthearted. It's like that kind of standard stuff, but it's like an okay for like the first milestone. It's pretty decent. It's a Metal Sonic fight. It's got spaz. Not bad. So yeah, then I do 225. What was it? What else? What's left? I'd probably put like maybe issue 75 next, because I think that's a very great twist and like what was building up to it, where it was like it's not Robotnik who's back, it's like the big return of it is Robotnik's return, but it's actually Robo Robotnik. I do commend them for like, even though it's like at the end of the day not much of a difference. I commend them for like sticking to it that like Robotnik stays dead.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice twist. He's back, but it's not really him. But it's actually
Yeah.
a character that you've already seen.
Next would probably be like a 250, as I mentioned. Then probably Endgame, which probably has like some of the best client probably is one of the better milestone issue moments in terms of like just what happens and its possible finality.
Yeah, the
But
finale of
Endgame,
that arc is good, but the build up to it's just kind of really weak.
yeah, Endgame has a lot of problems with story with. I commend them for trying to include as many every character up to that point, except for like the Arctic Freedom Fighters for whatever reason. But like the main cast basically all gets sidelined. Like obviously Sally falls into a coma, but like Tails and Rotor aren't able to do anything. They try to, but then they just get caught. Bunny and Antoine are the only ones who are actually able to do anything besides Sonic. It's a lot of plot contrivances, like with the dragons don't lie thing.
Yeah.
And of course some like weird melodrama, like the meaning of war.
The meaning of war.
Oh god, don't remind me of that crappy story where he comes back. I really just like that era of the comic where it's like 3 stories per issue. And like Robotnik coming back and Robotropolis being destroyed is handled with as much brevity and weight as Sonic finds a genie. Second favorite is probably issue 200, where I think that obviously like that one's really cool. It's like the big like climax of like up to that point Sonic and Eggman's like relate their enemy. I always want to say nemesis relation. And I guess I feel like that one is a little weaker than something like I guess with like compared to Endgame, because that of like Eggman's finally defeated was even shorter lived. And ultimately that's more of a rug pull, I would say. Even if it was like probably not, even if it was intended that the story was going to continue as it did. But like that fight with Sonic and Eggman is like wonderful. And then the best one is like 175. Not all being destroyed. It's pretty easy. It has like a lasting consequence of something of like so major for the series. Has like the end that made scenes with like Eggman and Sonic were also really good. Pretty sure that's all the milestones. Because again, I just want the worlds to unite once together. Well, I guess Sonic X had a milestone. I didn't really like issue 25, because I was not really into them just going through the games again. Got my cat sitting on top of my computer desk.
Huh.
So it was like a shelf above the monitors. He's just laying there. He's super hairy. He's got so much hair. There's like fur sticking out of his paws. He needs a haircut. I really like the cats I got right now because honestly, up to most of my life, all the cats I've had were like assholes. They're always like mean.
Well, my cats have generally usually just been very, either just aloof or, just generally like to exist where you are.
Yeah, the cats I had up to this point, at like 2 or 3, where it's like they'll hiss at you, move your body towards them, they'll scratch you.
Oh,
I had
I've
one
never
that was
had
so
cats like
awful where it was like literally you look at it and it'll like attack you. She was the worst. Like I would literally like, just turn my head and she would just like try and scratch me hard. Or walk by her, she hisses. It's really bad. And I raised that cat. From a kitty. Here's what Bill's takes on Genesis Arc, the farewell to pre-gen. Are you talking about the first Genesis wave or the second Genesis wave? Because the second Genesis wave was more the farewell, but like the Genesis Arc itself was like the actual Genesis Arc. I'm not super into the Genesis Arc. I think it is like a kind of like this feels what it is. It's like a forced anniversary celebration where it's just like, and I'm not a fan just like when they just take the characters out and just have them just go through like Green Hill Zone.
Yeah, it was just it felt like it existed to be taken out of context, which it was, in volume form.
The main thing I did like was just I did really like Robotnik's plan and how this related to it. I like how this was ultimately part of his scheme to like remake the world so we could just roboticize everything now that the whole BEM limitation's gone. I like that for that. So I appreciate it from a story perspective, but like don't really care about reading about the story itself. Oh, one problem about these cats is that they chew on everything. How do you get them to? How do you stop your cats from chewing on all your stuff?
Well, I don't live with her anymore, but I did end up having to buy wire protectors.
Not just wires; they chew on everything.
Well, I
They
don't know.
chew
You kind
on
of gotta
pictures. They
baby-proof your
chew
house
on.
for them.
I think maybe I should get like that anti-cat spray so they aren't interested in it. Oh, they chew on me for affection. Yeah, he's next to my Lego NES set, and he sometimes wants to chew the corners, so I'm watching him to make sure he doesn't do that. These guys messed with my headset before, too. They chewed up a wire, and I had to get a new pair.
I ended up having to buy like 5 wires for my headset. It was insane.
Thanks for that, cat. Hey, aren't you listening to me? Cats are actually rabbits. I hope not. I'm horribly allergic to rabbits. I like picked one up a while ago and like my chest got all stuffed up. They're rabbits. They're rabbits. Bunny Rabbit, just like the main character of this issue.
Who is not on this page?
Whenever Bunny isn't on screen, all the other characters should be saying, "Where's Bunny?"
That's what Holly's upset about here. Where's Bunny?
I want Bunny, not you. I recently watched like something that like honestly felt like that joke was like how it was, where it's like they all like whenever the main character's not on the screen, they're always talking about the main character. Team here for Bunny, this better not be another Kangaroo Jack trick. Ooh, nice lightning effect.
Yeah, I'm just looking at stock things. Since I have CSP's full version, I have a lot of things I can do with this.
It was a pain trying to like. I was trying to find like a good radio bubble for 252 at one point. I'll just say that. But I'll just say it was also a pain trying to find that.
I can't access the store on this. They
Yeah,
didn't make
in
a...
your fancy Linux.
Yeah. I don't have to worry about Microsoft's annoying updates now, though.
Come on, Windows 11's not that bad. It just crashes sometimes.
It only wants, like, some of your data, man.
I got a VPN.
They're apparently now making it harder and harder to boot operating systems that aren't Windows on their rigs now. So Microsoft's bootloader apparently wants to nuke other bootloaders off your system if it finds them.
My browser.
I'll go with this, I guess. Oh, dude, they did it to my computer earlier this year. I had to switch to Windows for something. And when I switched back over to my Linux install on this, it couldn't. My bootloader could not find Linux, and I was like, okay, what happened here? And it turns out that Microsoft's bootloader messed around with my bootloader, the main one, and removed Linux from it. And then I spent a couple of days trying to figure out what was wrong, and eventually I had to boot into a live environment and fix my bootloader from there.
Are getting asked browser of choice. I go Firefox.
Yeah, Firefox.
I should probably go with. No wait, no, that's a search engine.
Search engine? What? Were you gonna say like DuckDuckGo or something?
Yeah. I'm stuck on Google. And also, every time I try and like download any like some software, they always want like, do you want to install Oprah?
Oprah.
That'd be. I wish DuckDuckGo had an OS system.
Didn't they recently get exposed for selling user data or something?
Did they?
That's what I remember hearing, but I didn't see any news about it. Like,
Let's
it's
look it up.
news that I heard, but I haven't verified.
Let's see. DuckDuckGo browser allows Microsoft trackers due to search agreement.
Mm. And yes, I do use Linux here. And there you have it.
You want to use Internet Explorer?
Time to go back to Netscape, man.
Oh, remember Internet Explorer Chan or whatever her name was?
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Microsoft attempted to have like a cute anime girl be their mascot for Windows Explorer. At
Yeah.
one point.
They made one for Windows, I don't know, was it official or not? Windows 7 had one?
I think that was her, maybe. I think that was also one.
Yeah, it might have been Windows 10 I was thinking of, I don't know.
Inori Aizawa is her name. Oh wait, she's apparently still being used for like Microsoft Edge.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's apparently very common in Japan for like human mascots for things.
I guess probably because of Xbox, I always can't help but assume like the negative presence of Microsoft in Japan. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I like her design.
Man, if only Fritzy were here, ask him about it. Like, hey man, we know you live in Japan, can you answer some questions?
I thought you meant about like liking her design, asking him about that.
I don't know. Oh, we've been live for almost 4 hours now.
Yeah, but you're almost done.
Yeah. Alright, we'll see you later. I'm gonna stay here
yeah.
until... I guess until I'm done?
May as well stay as well, just because I've been here so long.
Yeah. It's only 8 o'clock here on the west coast.
I don't... Do you remember Web Rings Love?
Yeah, I vaguely remember, using them, kind of. Apparently...
I don't think I ever used them.
They've come back into fashion in some very underground circles, actually.
Alright, see you as well, Sonic Rush.
Oh,
you want
you,
to
yeah.
where you
I remember you now. Hello.
I'm still gonna commission you, Love, but I'm probably gonna do it after you finish this issue, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna open my commissions soon, but I got a few more commissions I want to kick out of the way first.
Oh, here's the knife I remembered. So, do you know about Tales from the Borderlands?
No.
You know about Telltale Games, right?
Telltale, right?
What?
You say Telltale?
Yeah, you know about him?
Yeah, but I haven't played any of their games.
You know about Borderlands?
Yeah, another game I haven't played.
Well, they had a Telltale Borderlands game called Tales of the Borderlands, and it was one of their best. Didn't sell crazy well because it wasn't a licensed property, and this was around the time where Telltale Games was like doing really poorly because they were like with their creative process and like oversaturating the market, and their quality was getting worse. And recently, like Gearbox announced that, like, because recently a few years ago, Telltale Games shut down, but kind of reopened. But they announced that they're doing a season 2 of Tales from the Borderlands, which I was feeling like out of any of the games, because like Walking Dead really wrapped up, that story's done, and Wolf Among Us is getting a sequel now. But I always, out of all the other ones, the only one I would really want a sequel out of, besides like their older stuff like Sam and Max, would be that. And they make it, but they said it, but that's like a real monkey's paw version of a Wish. Because, like, they haven't said if any of the original crew are on it, and I have no faith in the Gearbox to tell a good story after Borderlands 3. Honestly, most of their Borderlands games, but... the main point was, they announced it back in, like, April, and they said that they were hoping for, like, a midsummer release. We have not heard a single thing about it since.
Huh.
But yeah, if you're hoping to release it by summer, clock's ticking. Alright, we're getting a prompt. Everybody rewrite 06 right now. What to do to rewrite it? Let me think. Without, like, upending upending the story too much, probably. We'll probably, like, just give it better writing and just, like, polish up the scenes. Give Elise more of a... Either make Elise anthropomorphic, don't have her be a love interest, or at least give her more of a character. God, what else is there? Because honestly, the story itself of 06 isn't that bad when you really look at it. Like, what the ultimate, like, narrative was and who, like, the villains are is pretty interesting. But it's just, like, the writing is so bland and uninteresting, and, like, characters who aren't really utilized are just popping up all the time. A lot of the problems do kind of fall more into, like, the poor utilization of said story elements with gameplay, with, like, random things happening. A lot of the narrative crux does fall on Elise, just how bad of a character she is, how she's constantly kidnapped, like, to an obscene amount where it's kidnapped, rescued. Maybe give Sonic's story a bit more, have it be, at least, if it's not going to be more, because, like, Sonic, ultimately, his plot barely matters, it's just him fighting Eggman. And it's really Shadow and Silver go through, like, the most important parts, but You probably, if you want to do that, either give him some more relevance in his own story, or like give his battle with Eggman a bit more oomph. Cause yeah, thinking about it, like Shadow Story is honestly is actually kind of good, if a bit awkward and like with like stilted dialogue and weird cutscenes. But like the ultimate the scenes themselves are like not bad. So I honestly wouldn't change much there. Silver Story, probably just give his arc just help that be a bit more even then his arc's okay, I just maybe just don't love his ending. Probably more fault to Blaze and Amy feel really poorly utilized. Sonic's the one I'd probably change around the most with because of all the involvement with Elise and just making it feel stronger. So yeah, honestly, I wouldn't do if it was just carte blanche. Don't change, just not carte blanche. Just don't change much. I wouldn't honestly change that much. I would honestly just tighten up what's already there. What about you? You got any fix 06 story comments?
Not really, because I truthfully barely remember it at this point.
If you want a good time, watch Matt McMuscles and Liam play through it. That's really funny. I usually find it hard to watch Sonic YouTubers because it's either they're obviously overly negative or just sort of that Game Grumps level of kind of just almost dunking on it for the sake of it. And these guys make fun of it a lot, but I feel like they're both they're a lot more fair and have fun with it, which is they're just kind of fun to work together. I really like those two. I like his channel a lot, Matt McMuscles. I would say making Elise a child ruler may not be that bad of an idea. It'd probably give her an entirely different character altogether. I think the only thing is that you already have a few characters in the series who are child blank, either heroic children or child genius Tails or Cream.
This is gonna be bumpy. Round two.
Honestly, if I had to give the one I would honestly say change this. If I had to give any Sonic story overhaul, it'd probably be Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric, because that story is just it's flawed, but also a lot of it's just boring. That's honestly what Boom is to a T. It has a lot of the technical and frustrating elements of 06. But it's also just way more bland and boring. It's somehow the worst balance of a game that's frustrating and technically bad, and also just uninteresting and snooze fest. Yeah, Sonic Boom is easily, I'd say, the worst Sonic game. Hey, Law, let me ask you a question. Why doesn't CSP have, a pen feature that lets you just do a square shape?
What do you mean? We have,
Oh.
rectangle here. And then if you hold shift... Give me a moment.
Well, I meant, the pen shape is always circular. Why not have to be one square?
Well, you probably have to download a brush or tweak an existing one to make it.
Probably be useful in situations like this. doing?
Not really, because I'm thinking of just... Because, I know what I want to do, but I feel like there's a better way to do it than this. Like, let's see. Okay, and then if we get, hold up. That, let's see here. Color?
Can you not just use a select tool to make a rectangle with with the paint bucket and then copy paste it? That's what Linkstar is asking.
Oh, no. I kind of tackle this as I go. So, hold on. I have a better idea of doing this. Okay, where's that one effect? Yeah, I generally would want to use this for moody pieces, but whatever.
We were just talking about like Game Grumps. I haven't watched Game Grumps in a good long while. That's all I really had to say. I think the last thing I watched from them was when they did like the Zelda CDI games.
Those games are the gifts I keep on giving.
I said they're the gifts, like GIF gifts.
Gift.
Have you ever? I saw this video a little bit ago about like the hunt for Morshu's voice actor.
Yeah. By Wavy Web Surf?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a question I haven't actually thought of until I saw that video, and I'm like, oh, huh.
Honestly, think about it a lot the time. Like, man, these awful voice actors. Where are they now? Like, where are the voice actors for Mega Man in 8?
Well,
Where's
apparently...
the man who voiced Dr. Wyatt, like Dr. Light?
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen that video, but I do remember hearing, even before I saw that video, that Link's voice actor was found.
Yeah.
He's like a school teacher now or something?
What about King Harkinian, the best character?
I don't remember. Oh, man.
Oh, that reminds me. What was the name of the guy on the flying carpet?
Guanum?
Something like that. Yeah, I remember in like I think it was like in some old Screw Attack video. He was like in top 10 like biggest douches in games. I think they said like this guy's great for YouTube poops, but he's like annoying. I used to I used to watch Screw Attack. I don't know if I ever really liked Screw Attack. Even when I was getting into the internet, I really felt like they were just like, it's like the regurgitation of like kind of your basic like every like your basic opinion, like the what let's put it out like the I guess like I'm trying to put it. They're not like Watch Mojo like bland, but like I never really felt like they were that interesting, especially in like what they thought of things. The one things I do kind of look back about funnily are just like, you know, the things that are funny in retrospect, like Pro Jared and Hard News. And of course, like, you know, Death Battle is still its own thing. But yeah, they got bought recently. Or, I mean, not like, a few years ago. I used to like list channels. Quite a bit. That was like my when I first found I wanted to I wanted to be at one point I wanted to be a YouTuber and I wanted to make those kind of videos. Specifically like there's like this little subsect of like YouTubers that I guess called the Countdown Community, and they did video game based lists of things.
Yeah, you remember Danger Dolan, huh?
It was, yeah, I mean, I knew Danger Dolan, but this is like this what I'm talking about here is a little different from them. It was like these YouTubers that are called like the R Taco Flame, Josh Scorcher, Rabbit Luigi, Fawful's Minion, a bunch of these guys, and they tried to make their own like channel awesome styled community, called the Chaos Theater, and it like failed. They were trying to do like this big project, like the ultimate like gaming tournament, where they had like all like these like different iconic characters, and they were gonna have them. It was essentially gonna be a death battle, except with like a tourney of like every like you know well-known character. And I think they only had like I think their first round they never actually finished because it was too much work. Was like Zeus from God of War versus somebody else. And most of those channels, like, you know, that's the whole thing fell apart. Most of those channels have either, like, gone away completely or have, like, transitioned to other stuff. Like, that our Talk About Flame guy, he was, like, argued, like, what was meant to be, like, the leader of that community. Out of all of them now, probably the one who's probably the biggest still is, and, like, the most relevant is, like, Rabbit Luigi. He has, like, a few 100,000 subscribers. But even then, he's been kind of, like, as in recent like months actually, because he was actually like up until lately like still primarily sticking to like only list videos, and he still does like that most of the time, a lot of the time. But now he's kind of also veered into like video essays. But yeah, it's like he used to do like weekly of them, and he has like over 300,000 subscribers. But yeah, that whole thing kind of just fell apart, faded out. I used to watch Scorcher. I kind of fell out of him. I think I just stopped kind of. He's very, I can tell, like, inspired by Nostalgia Critic, and I just kind of fell out of that style. I watch Green Scorpion still. I like him. His videos are kind of like try to be more technical and like includes like what's the word I'm looking for? More analytical, I guess. But his are like kind of bigger ones, and he does like Let's Plays on the side. But yeah, I did also dabble in like Matthew Santorius videos, and even like some Watch Mojo at that peak. But like even then, I would like only watch the ones that interested me, and after a while, they did get like boring. But yeah, I just thought I from channels I do like still. I do kind of like it, you know, even like the channels that didn't have that as their focus. You know, I liked when they did it, and I do kind of like I do miss a little and that's not happened as much. I can understand why, but I always liked it when a series it's like you have a series where you talk about a lot of different like series and like one topic and one related topic. I watch some of Wendigoon. I'm basic and I like his iceberg videos.
I just started watching that guy today, to be honest.
Yeah, when icebergs are my new Let's Plays, that and tier lists. I can't get enough of a good tier list channel or a good iceberg channel. But the most of the time, whenever I find a good channel, they're like, "Oh, I'm not gonna do any more iceberg videos after this."
Okay, critical. I'm sorry,
he
dude. That
just-
was like that was such a perfect, like, spot-on impression of him.
Oh my god, I wasn't even trying. I don't even know if I can do it again. Like, so today there was this YouTube drama. Yeah, everyone was into it. It really kind of fell apart after like because like people kind of stopped being into the whole like quantity over quality of like YouTube algorithm. It feels. So like Watchmojo, you know, they still make their videos, but they like get like what 5,000 views a video. I think didn't Matthew Santorius like disappear off the internet because he got found out for plagiarizing?
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
He was a bald guy who did like all these different videos about different topics, and like he was like pretty sure there was like a controversy where he just stole a bunch of them from Reddit.
Even Link Star's agreeing. You sound like him.
I've never thought myself I never feel like I'm any good at impressions, so I guess I'm glad I know I can do one okay. It's because I have like a high-pitched nasally voice. Oh, I never answered a question I guess you had before, Cherry Lum. Favorite fruit? I like apples. Alright, and now we're being asked if we are furries. I'll just say, I like what I like. I don't choose my labels, but sometimes the labels get applied to me. God, that does remind me, though, all of a sudden of, like, my brony phase in high school.
I feel like for a generation of people on the internet, this was a almost universal thing we did.
Yeah.
Because it got so big, you just couldn't escape it.
I still have, like, my 2 MLP shirts in my closet, and I don't want to throw them away, but I don't think I don't know if I'll ever wear them again. I mean, it's fine to be into that, but it's just sort of a, you know, I think it's a problem where it's like, I look back on it as like that phase where I was too into the idea of it. Like, I take that society, I can like show that girls like. I remember seeing like it was a while ago, but I just saw some like I just remember like Discord about like no, Sonic is not a furry comic. Oh, you know what? Another YouTube series I used to really like, but actually more than less videos, I just have struggle going back to them. Retsu Praise.
You gotta explain that to me. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
So, Retupre is a term that came from, it's the name of a channel, but it kind of became like the catch-all term for like the style of video. It's basically commentary and riffs over YouTube videos. Common one was like the channel like Retupre. They came from the Something Awful forums, if that kind of informs anything. And what they got famous for, like, you know, back in like early, 2007 or whatever, all these like amateur and really bad Let's Play videos, and they would like kind of roast them, and like I thought they were funny back then, but like looking back on it, it is certainly a case of it was basically kind of like what Leafy did was like 10 years later. Just kind of like punching down, kind of like making people for like who are either children or like maybe shouldn't be really made fun of for reasons.
Yeah.
I stand by, some of them are cringy. That one guy who would do self-inserts of himself into video games where he could have romance with the characters was weird. But yeah, it is definitely something that's hard to go back to and is like a more of a bygone era. And thankfully, they themselves they don't do that anymore. They've kind of moved on. They don't. They did do other stuff like making fun of like weird games. Yeah, my friend. The reason I learned about Leafy because like my friend in high school was like, "You like Red Supre? You should watch this Leafy guy. He's so cool." Did you ever watch Leafy?
No, and to be honest, I'm glad I never did.
Yeah, I find his downfall very fascinating. And his almost of an anticlimax of his final fate, where he just after disappearing, he just came back, kind of like on his high horse about how he did nothing wrong, and then his got channel got deleted.
Yeah.
I never really watched Leafy that much.
You're approaching that critical voice again.
I know, I was trying to there. From him, that's where I learned about the great experiences of the Pokemon Go kid. I think that's the only thing I learned from him. I only found out about like his worst stuff later on, about like the Fedora guy afterwards.
I found it hilarious to find out in retrospect that he had a beef with a guy LARPing as a goth.
Yeah, that. Because he was like, that was the first guy who got mad at him, or like any notoriety who got mad at him. He was like some like occult weirdo. And he, I always like the joke that like, he cursed Leafy and he said he was gonna undo the curse, but he never did. So that's why that's what happened. That's the reason why Leafy's downfall was.
Yeah. Man, I remember that was another guy Wavy did a video on. Are you subscribed to that guy?
I haven't, but I probably should, because I've been watching a lot of his videos lately.
Yeah, he's pretty good at his stuff.
Yeah, you're talking about the goth guy?
Yeah.
Is he still doing stuff?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, Billy MC was one of like their famous ones. They kind of like they're like one of their famous like punching, like maybe punching bags. It kind of turned out where it's like he admitted he's okay with it. And Billy MC actually, last I checked, which was like a couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure he still does videos. So he was like, I think I have seen some like, I will say like even like beyond just sort of like, even if it's any fun and like some of the people they made fun of is like, a little questionable but still kind of funny. There are some of the videos there that they like actually deleted themselves, which were like way kind of like messed up. Like I think there was like this one they would also make fun of Kickstarters. There was this one from this one kid who like talked about how he was depressed and like this game was helping him with his depression, and they were making fun of him for that. I don't want to paint them as like Diabetes and Slow Beef as bad guys, because as far as I can tell, they are like pretty like nice now, and they've like definitely mellowed out and learned that like they weren't very good. But yeah, they definitely did have their edgy streak from. They came from Something Awful. Do you have any first-hand experience with Something Awful? I just know about them from like retrospect.
I've heard of them for a very, very long time, and it's basically, as I understand it, like Kiwi Farms before Kiwi Farms was a thing.
I know it had, like, influenced a lot of internet culture and like led to some things like that. It helped lead some things like leading to Danganronpa's like popularity in the States because of like the popular fan translates that was happening there. I used to watch the guy who ran it, or the guy who opened it, a guy named Lotax. Because he would also do a Retro style thing, but it was like more directed towards like really weird itch.io or like random like low quality like online games. And his style of comedy was like purely irreverent, purely like make fun of anything in almost like a lighthearted way, where it's like nothing is sacred, so no real malice. But I guess like a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? I guess a content warning. It turns out that like he was like abusive towards his family, and they got separated from him, and he became really poor and like was really desperate for money, and like last year he committed suicide.
Hmm.
I know Lotax turned out to be a bad person. All I know about Schmorky was just sort of like the beef with him and Lotax. So after knowing what happened with him, I was a little unsure. So like, yeah, but Schmorky's kind of like I think he's a bad person. If you want to like help, if anyone wants to help, like explain to me, so long as it's like nothing too awful, something awful.
I feel like I know what happened, and it involves definitely stuff we can't talk about. But
Okay, all I know about like his like beef with Lotax, where he was like I think like accused his wife of something, or his wife sent something to his wife or something like that. I don't know. It is really odd just seeing like I guess like what were once like pillars of the internet and community are now like kind of reviled and like well one's dead. But yeah, it was like it's also a case where it's like if you were to tell me that this guy who like has act like he has no boundaries, will make fun of anything and not treat anything with any amount of seriousness, turned out to like be a really not great person. It's not like I'm not gonna be that surprised, I guess.
yeah.
I know he tried to get a different partner after Schmorky, some guy who did radio. I know he left after a while, so I'm hoping that guy maybe wasn't like such a maybe he was like had more moral decency and just like stopped associating with him. Yeah, I think like when it comes to their content, I like. I mean, I suppose like when it comes to just general comedy, for the most part, yeah, you should be allowed to do what you want, but there should be some kind of boundaries and like taste that happens with it, and definitely like context matters. I think generally like making fun of fan games like that is okay, just because that kind of falls in like the sphere of like this is like a piece of work that got put out there, and not necessarily like not really any real attack on the creator, just so long as you aren't like dragging their name through the mud with it. So their videos, if I were to go back with it, I'd probably like still find them funny, but it's just like kind of don't really want to at the time being don't really want to check that out again for obvious reasons.
I love you.
Here is I forget what that one was. I hear in shit. I honestly forget what that one was. The ones I remember the most are apart from just like some random ones. I remember like some kid who was less playing Mario Kart 64, but like had the camcorder, but also to an angle where he's like viewing it from the side. There was one guy named Muscle Bomber who was like his voice sounded like that of like a cartoon jock, but I'm not unconvinced this guy didn't have some sort of mental like different it was like had a mental disability, which probably is put in a good light. Oh, that guy! You're talking about the guy on Kickstarter? the guy who wanted to do, he had 3 Kickstarters. One was for, Lav, you know a lot about how computers work, right?
Yeah.
You know how they run on ones and zeros?
Yeah.
What if, instead, we had them run on 2s and 3s and 4s? Then they'd run even faster!
My reaction is currently of this panel I'm working on.
Yeah, that was one Kickstarter. His second Kickstarter was, he was trying to propose a new math theory where, what was it? It was something of like, if 1 equals 1, if a something equals something, but a lack of something is still a something, then technically 0 equals everything. And last one was he wanted to kickstart a Black James Bond movie. I'm not laughing because of like the concept. They should probably make something like that. I'm laughing of like that's where he jumps to. First, like a jump, like trying to revolutionize computing and computers, then trying to the mathematical principles, then a Black James Bond. A lot of their like making fun of Kickstarters is fun, just because there's a lot of like really bad and mismanaged projects on there. But yeah, unfortunately, the Red Super 8 channel is mostly dead. And they kind of just focused on streaming. Though we do get an occasional, like, they recently did like a collab together where they made fun of like this weird Steam game called like, what was it, like Bed and Breakfast or something like that. Some weird like adventure dating sim Eurojank thing. I want to check. Is Billy MC still making videos as of 2022? No, it seems that he disappeared 2 years ago. His last video was a live stream of Jackal. Rest in peace, Billy MC. The other guy. Let me check the other guy another guy who was like not as notorious, but still had like a few like videos based on him, was a guy named Corncheck, who is known for like just like talking reflex, and he just appeared too, also 2 years ago. Oh, I guess I guess COVID destroyed them. R.I.P. Oh, I guess one thing to mention with Red Supre, probably the thing I laughed the most at them ever at them, and anybody who knows about them in the chat can like hopefully attest if they know them, was they went through a series of flash games called Ambition / The Negotiator. It was this crudely drawn and made flash game, which had the initial purpose of trying to teach you real life psychology advice, like how to get out of a speeding ticket, how to get a refund on an item that you don't have the receipt for, how to deal with a homeless man who's trying to accost you.
Because that's definitely something you will encounter.
How to seduce a lady who has taken your confidential documents at your work and will refuse to give them back, and if you answer her wrong, she'll shoot you.
This is definitely the plot to a video on an illicit site.
But like some of the answers were, Love, how would you say you get pulled over by a cop? I think it was something like it was either speeding or a taillight or something like that. But you don't want him to check out the car because it's your friend's car and they had weed in there. This was 2002, by the way.
It's insane.
I think no, it was pre. I think it was before. Okay, no, it was before 2001. It was like pre. It was a pre 9/11 game. Yeah, it's a Flash game series. Um, one thing you can do to get out of that is say you're from Mission Control. Keep crying a lot and he'll let you go. Yeah, that's what I mainly remember from, like that. But what really gets great is when he tried to like make it into a serialized drama series called Ambition, where it's this dramatic tale of conspiracy. Can't even say it with a straight face. Um, it is the peak of so bad it's good. The voice acting is really bad and like technically good. The art is funnily like janky and awkward. The storylines make no sense and just are so random and weird. Honestly, you and me, we should probably watch that series together. It is so great. Yeah, It was about there's an evil like some pharmaceutical like conspiracy about this drug and this lady's getting murdered and this guy is pinned for it. And they try, and like one of the main bad guys is a part of the fascist party, the fascist political party. Oh my god! Like the twist in the last episode, it is so hilarious. Oh man. Uh, I crack up thinking about it. It is one of the funniest things I may have ever seen. They left and the series was ended on a cliffhanger. We never found out what happened. Oh, sorry. Did you say anything? I think my earbuds got disconnected there. Or
No.
headphones.
I've just been focused on some more color stuff.
Okay. But yeah, the series ended on a cliffhanger. We never got an answer to. We never got all the plot threads get resolved. It's a shame. Oh, listen, Lobby. When at some point when you do you have a dual screen setup?
A what?
Like a dual screen setup or anything that lets you see something on one monitor, something on the other?
I got 3 monitors right now.
Okay, next time you do some art, we gotta sit down and watch that as well.
Yeah, like, here's my monitor setup right now. Alright, let's get that off.
I watch Cheap Chisholm too as well. I've been listening to his podcast. I actually asked if I could be on there because I'm like, I guess I have like slight internet celebrity status, like very slight. I asked him on Patreon. He never responded, so I feel like I made an ass of myself. I wanted to talk about JoJo. I guess also one last thing I was really into. Before I ever wanted to be a countdown maker, I wanted to be... Sure, Cherry Lung, you can leak onto my internet clout, but what are you gonna do for me? Nah, just kidding. I used to want to be a Let's Player. And this was like 2009 Let's Player. My inspirations was like Sugar Conroy. And nothing else really. Usually when I really watch like Runaway Guys pretty much. I'm still subscribed to him, I don't really watch him that much anymore. It's kind of not my style of humor. And I've kind of gotten to a point where it's like I honestly would most of the time rather just play a game than watch somebody play it. Probably. I had that cringy Let's Player phase where I was trying to like commentate as a game I was playing. I did it with Klonoa 2's Klonoa 2 when my game crashed after I couldn't save for so long. And I think I was doing it on like Legend of Zelda, like the Ocarina of Time remake on the 3DS. I even did a thing where I was like trying to time myself like a YouTube video is by using the oven timer in the kitchen. Not like setting it off, just counting. Yeah, PewDiePie and like Markiplier are like really streamlined Let's Plays, so it wasn't such like a niche thing you can make fun of anymore. And it's probably also getting easier for anybody to do it with like capture card and like PC games. I think what I did was just, thanks Star, when I was pretending to do it, I would like, it's like the latter, I would just say like, go off like, well, that's it for this episode, guys, see you next time, and then just pick up like, hey everybody, welcome back. Bob, did you ever want to be a YouTuber?
Kind of. I mean, I made some, man, back in the day, I remember using a really bad, well, not really, but not really bad, but built-in Movie Maker to make, like, really not really YouTube poops, but yeah.
YouTube poops are something that always, like, passed me by.
Oh, man, I was deep into that.
My favorite YouTube poop was just the one where Scooter goes like, listen, SpongeBob, fuck you. I don't remember if I had a cringy catchphrase. I had a cringy catchphrase in middle school. I think it was like, yo, 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 and a bottle of awesome. I did have some cringy names, though, one of which was unintentionally racist. So glad I never was able to actually use that. Since he was like pirates, instead they go like yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum, but it's a, but also yo was like a greeting. Get it? Yeah, there's a lot of early internet stuff that even though I was on, I was just mostly in my bubble of like Let's Play, so I never saw it. Never really got into machinima back when that was a thing.
The only machinima I really got into was Freeman's Mind.
Was what?
Freeman's Mind.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I missed out on the YouTube poops, a lot of the sketch comedy videos. I remember one guy like tried to show me a video like, check this out, guys, so funny, it's Justin Bieber, he's eating poop.
I would have found that funny then and now.
Yeah, also I think he showed me annoying. I think he also showed me annoying orange.
I don't think I ever liked Annoying Orange, to be honest.
I don't know if I did either. Can't forget he had a TV show. Oh, Fred! I watched some Fred when I was like in that around that time period.
Fred was also something I never got into because I was
I
like,
I was
it's
showed it
annoying,
by
dude.
iCarly. iCarly showed me that. I'm sure Linkstar could attest to this, but there's like a video from a guy named Quentin Reviews. He did like a 3-hour long retrospective on Fred, and it'll give you an appreciation for Fred Figglehorn.
Yeah, I saw that actually, and I'm like, wait, you're telling me this was good?
I always enjoy it when like YouTubers who I'm like either like I think give them their due diligence for how they explain themselves, or just kind of like my buddies where they do like this thing was actually not that bad. I'm like, wow, you're actually making a good point. You're kind of persuading me. And I think, but I'm like, wait a minute, no, it kind of did suck. FNAF retrospective vids.
I can't believe it's been that long we can call them retrospectives.
I mean, I guess, but it's like
I feel old, dude.
Well, you just keep in mind, like the bulk of those games came out with like in a couple of years of each other.
Yeah.
I did play like some of the Security Breach, and I was really disappointed with it. Honestly, like the writer in me was like basically like steaming red at like the really honestly the pretty abysmal like storytelling and world building that game had. Like there's all like these things just going off in my mind, like that's not how you, this is a poor introduction, why do we have any scenes like this, why is it like this? It was honestly just about as bad as like the really repetitive gameplay. Although, actually, besides that and the first one, I actually really haven't played any of the FNAF games. I've played, it's just that, like, I don't know, like, partly just because it's a little high stress.
Yeah, I've never played any of the FNAF games. I kind of vaguely know the lore because I have a friend who's still pretty deep into it.
Yeah, Wendigoon did like a big lore video on it lately, or at least a timeline video. Yeah, I'm not somebody who can like really. I really like a lot of horror games, but like that game was just sort of like, except like, I guess I don't like the jump scares really that much. Like negative or positive quality aside. I think the FNAF lore is neat. I think it definitely got really indulgent with itself. Kind of not helped by, like game theory and such. Did you ever watch Game Theory Live?
I think I watched a few of his crazier videos and that was it.
Yeah, I watched him a while, and I think kind of like my breaking point was like, you ever hear about like his Undertale video with like Sans Nest, his breakdown?
I don't know if I've no, I did. I remember, and then I also remember the video of him talking about giving Undertale to the Pope, which is I still can't believe that happened.
Don't forget that Don't forget that time when the pandemic started, he did the video like, which video games characters would survive COVID? That's the last I really heard of him. That's fair. I just kind of don't really. I don't really like his style of video where he's like where he does try to make everything he does say sound serious or like smart or like this is blowing it out of the water. And like I just also I think the guy has like kind of I don't he has like a fragile ego where he's kind of like feel like he's really kind of full of himself, but it's really easy to like offend him and like get him to be upset. Again with like that whole like Nest like that Sans Nest video. So anything left to do on this page?
We're definitely just about done-ish. Got one more thing I need to adjust on it. A couple more things actually.
I'll admit, I actually wasn't expecting like when this in the pencil, wasn't expecting the scene to be this dark, like lighting wise.
Yeah, I think I kind of definitely made these pages a little too dark, but at the same time, well, I've got nothing else to say, I guess. I don't know.
It's a nice tone at least.
Yeah.
Probably isn't. Well, I shouldn't say anything.
Oh, I got more lighting I could do on it. But first, I want to make the background. Let's see here, foreground too. Well, it's supposed to be kind of late at night, so I was like,
Hi, cat.
oh right, I need a color in the sweat as well.
All right. Not trying to like rush you or anything and like make you stop before you completely finish, but like we are in the 5 hour mark, so I just wanted to see how much more you had left. You thought?
Yeah, not too much left. I mean, it's stuff that I could do off stream too.
Our characters here are Scarlet the Fennec and Holly the Snow Leopard. You'll find out more about them once the issue comes out.
She's a sweaty girl. Let's see. I should probably make a little couple edits on the
Are there any other, like, I guess, YouTube channels that you liked a lot, Laugh?
YouTube channels.
I can't really think of it. Oh,
What?
I was about to say, I guess can't really think of any.
Oh no, like I have like a bunch of old like channel subscriptions to YouTube poopers who don't make anything anymore.
Oh,
Let's see here.
yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta take care of the cat.
Alright. Well, that definitely makes it look like water. I don't know if it looks uncanny. Alright, there's more lighting I can do on her hair. We're almost done. Getting there. Finally, my anime shading skills comes in handy. Yeah, think about the context of this page, and I'm like, oh man. You guys are not ready for this.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Brown one is Holly the Snow Leopard. Aren't technically all characters OCs when you think about it?
When you have a baby, that's you making an OC.
Yeah. Well, she was a background character in one of the original issues, actually. That's where the idea for this character came from.
I don't think I colored her nose in here. Hold up. Alright, this ear needs spots. I'm like combing over it now because I know Johnny's gonna come over it. Okay. I don't know. I think we're done now.
Alright.
I think.
Alright, thank you for everybody for coming out here. Just ask a question. Scarlett's known, Holly's not known outside of the stream. But yeah, we will get to this issue. Will hopefully be done relatively soon. There's really not much left to do. And remember, on Wednesday we will release Sonic the Hedgehog Online issue 252. So set your calendars for that.
Yeah. Look forward to a new issue very soon.
All right. Again, thank you all for coming out. Hope to see you next time. Hopefully, the wait won't be as long as it was previously.
Yeah, it was like a whole year for another stream, so yeah, we'll see about doing it again soon.
All right. Yep. Play me out, Johnny.
Alright. Well, thanks to Z for being here with me for the stream.
Wasting my evening.
Yeah, and thank you all for coming and staying with us for 5 hours. So, yeah, we'll see you soon. Have a good night. Stay safe. All right, and we're done.
See ya.
See you.